All right. I hope everyone can hear me because we are in fact going live right now. We are now being recorded. This is the newest in the series of the Wandering Pilgrims. We are talking about all kinds of stuff lately. The biggest things we've been talking about lately are epistemology, theodicy. The end of us all was the last one where we were talking about where we go when we die and what happens with that. Before that, we were talking about how God can be a just God, or how the universe can be just with injustice in the world and everything. And we've really covered a lot of ground over the past few sessions and whatnot. I mean, we've had a couple of 7-hour conversations, which I've been fortunate enough to be a part of all of those. And we've had some segmented ones. The people who have been involved thus far are Eric Collins, Justin Fowler, Matthew Lewis, Sarah Reamer, Chris Reamer. We've also had Daniel Baber, and of course, Eric Mail, my wonderful, beautiful life mate, Michelle Bateman. Haley Moore popped in a little bit. Daniela Grace was a part of a couple of the shows, and I'm sure there's some people that I've been forgetting, but we've all had a lot to say. We've all had a lot of opinions on this, and I think that we've all had a lot of really deep thoughts, and what it really comes down to is that each of us is in a quest to find meaning in life, to find something that matters, to know how to know what that is and what to cling to and what to let go of. And I think that each of us has reached a level of humility in our lives where we realize that we don't have it figured out all of ourselves, and that we're much better through our discussions, through how we can reflect off of one another with what we think and where we've been in all of these things. And I know, like, the first conversation that we had about epistemology, it seemed like the ultimate conclusion that we came down to when it comes to where we arrive at, how we get there, is it's all about our experience and how we interpret it. It's all about our personal drive. We're all pulled somewhere. It's almost like there's this center of gravity, and maybe a lot of us are circling around the same center of gravity, but we're all just drawing closer and closer into this one thing, that it's not as though we're necessarily choosing this path. The path chooses us, and we're drawn there. And from there, talking about theodicy, well, it seems like God's such a tyrant, and if he's such a tyrant, and the world's such a hard place, how can God be good? And we had a lot of discussion about that. And coming out of that, well, what does that mean for us? Where are we going to end up? What's the end of us? What's it all about? I mean, we start off with how we're figuring out up from down. We go to where that gets us and why that's okay. And then it's like, well, what's the meaning of it all? So, I see Johnny's joined us. I got Michelle here, got Sarah here, got Stan here. Anyone who wants to jump in and start talking about your own personal thoughts? I'm not sure if it was Stan or Johnny that did that, but Stan, since you're a bit of a newcomer, why don't you talk to us a little bit? Tell us a little bit about yourself.
Yeah, sure. I grew up a Christian in the Conservative Baptist Church. I spent about 6 years, starting as a teenager and my early 20s as a Catholic, before kind of converting back out. And I spent the last 20 years debating on the internet, fighting other people and trying to hash out right doctrine and change my mind. Doing study and research, getting convinced of playing that. Eventually, I started really solidifying around certain things that I feel pretty confident in. And over the last 10 years, those have developed into really big decisions, convicted decisions on things like theodicy and eschatology. And so at this point, I think my theodicy is an ancillary theodicy. So it's you have everything that happens being a function of the interests of God, and He has superordinate responsibility. So as part of that, I don't believe in libertarian free will, and either stuff is like a chaotic byproduct of creation because God likes to create messily and through processes that are mostly natural, or they are useful for something, like they accomplish something, they have a point. So that's kind of my theodicy, and so it's very interest-driven, based on interests of God, and it's very not about an ideal sense of the good. And along with that, my view of meaning is that it's ultimately hollow, like in the Ecclesiastes sense. So meaning emerges from interests, and without some functional appeal to interests, there is no meaning at all. And so, and the reason I've kind of arrived at that is not just because that's what I read Ecclesiastes as saying, but also I'm a professional game designer, been so for the last 10 years, starting out in software engineering before moving on to design and economy, and I really demand coherence, and I've come to really be suspicious of what Justin Fowler knows that I talk about this all the time, logical wildcards of like using terms that are so vague that they could really mean anything, but we don't realize that they're vague. We think that they mean something, and then it just causes all sorts of toxicity and danger and gets us rooted in all sorts of conversations that should have ended a long, long, long time ago. So that's kind of my situation in a big old nutshell.
I love a lot of stuff that you were saying there, especially about being a software designer and whatnot, because that makes perfect sense. That I was thinking before you got to that point, wow, this sounds like really Calvinistic. You know, this sounds really reformed, really logical, really sequential, and that makes a lot of sense because you're obviously a very mathematical thinker, and that for me is what drew me to Calvinism, was the logical consistency. You know, so much of how people interpret Scripture or how people view God has to do with their own volition, their own inclinations and subjective views on things, and taking that hard line of a solid black and white standard and just applying sheer mathematical logic to it. To me, that's what the God of the Bible is all about. He's perfectly consistent, and that's what led me to Calvinism. Through Calvinism, however, I found the gateway to something even better, because even in Calvinism, you got to do some intellectual somersaults to get through some more problematic passages. When you throw out eternal conscious torment, and you view hell as purgatorial, you view the word ion, that is translated forever, or aionios, which is translated everlasting, when you view those as being about an age rather than an unending period of time, everything else falls into place. And so I myself got from that really strictly rigid logical framework of Calvinism to universalism. And most people, thank you, Johnny, most people will not get there, because there's a hard-heartedness with a lot of really logical people. There's a cold-heartedness that really tends to neglect the more, I don't know if I want to call it, it's not subjective, not emotional, but like when you think about morality, about wrongness and rightness and things like that, sometimes they defy categories, and you just have that deeper sense about you.
Yeah.
I think that most universalists have come to universalism through primarily that. Most
Yeah,
Calvinists. Oh, go ahead.
I have kind of just two remarks about a couple of the things that you've been saying. The first one is I know Calvinists have this really big reputation for logical rigor. Uh, I am of the opinion that purgatorial universalism with uh, compatibilism is my preferred route. We can talk about it later or something, but I think that that has by far more rigor than Calvinism. I've seen Calvinism break down in so many ways. I think that they have this reputation for like taking, like Romans 9 is that big chapter, right? This reputation for, really accepting everything that applies, however scary it might be, in this big logical structure. And then they just don't read chapter 11. They just like stop. I, I've encountered this again and again, and so I think the reputation isn't deserved. I think logical rigor gets you to purgatorial universalism if you start with a lot of Calvinistic assumptions. I think the second thing is there's a lot of black and whiteness to logic and math, but there's also fuzziness. Fuzzy math, fuzzy set theory allows you to talk about the blurry borders between things, and it actually captures the complexity of the world, because sometimes a lot of stuff is shades of gray. The trick is that even if stuff is shades of gray, we should be able to do math and logic with it. We should be able to talk about it coherently and not just blab. Like we should be seeking to resolve conversations and to articulate what we mean, even if what we mean is something on a shades of gray gradient.
Oh yeah, one of the biggest illusions about mathematical thinking is that it's all about defined terms. Sometimes intrinsic to the equation is an undefined term known as a variable, and there's no shortage of
That's right.
variables, and not just variables, but if you want to take it further, the analogy, you have complex numbers, or commonly referred to as irrational numbers, that really can't be pinned down to a quantification, but have a deeper truth that's intrinsic to them that can only be understood by these superimposing truths.
Yeah, to me, the variable one is one of the biggest problems in theology, where you have terms or concepts that need that variable defined, but nobody's doing the definition. It's just kind of dangling out there, and people are inferring it or implying it, or they think they've articulated sufficiently, but they haven't really. They haven't filled in all the variables. And in code, when you're writing programming code, and you try to pull something like that, the program crashes. It says, you just made a null reference. That doesn't work. Like, you have to define everything in order to make an assertion, and in order to convince the code to do something coherent and logical. And I think that's an attitude that can debug theology, even problems that theology has had since the 2nd century. I think that approach can be useful.
I love that. I love that you talked about the null return, because what that reveals, computers reveal what humans overlook willingly, left and right. We have so much blinders on. We have the lens that we look through, and there's so many terms that we use, so many concepts that we invoke that really are amorphous, undefined, ambiguous, and we speak of them as though they're clearly all the while quantities. And computer logic reveals that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we can turn the blinders on, we can look this way or that. And in the one spoke him a lot, because I feel this little what he said is that you can actually have a thing nailed down to the point of no further adjustment, no further you must always be. You guys still hear me?
Yeah, I just heard you then, but you started cutting out near the end there. me.
It must have been the Wi-Fi. Oh, all I was saying is, I was just giving a shout out to Vince. I noticed that he had just joined us. Untempered Steel. What's going on, Vince?
I wanted to
Vincent.
know what the topic was. What's today's topic?
Oh, it's pretty general. We're just going over the stuff that we've gone through before.
Okay. No idealism versus the physicality or into that, no?
No, we decided to wait on that just because there seemed to be like a lot of open ends, and I think like you're one of the people that would probably have the most contribute to this because like taking in it as a whole, like you've been exposed to a lot of unconventional Christian thinking over the past few days, or theistic in general, as well as some opposition to it. I mean, your whole take on, I'm sure your philosophy hasn't really adjusted much or anything.
In the
But at the
last few
same
days,
time,
no, it hasn't, no.
well, last few weeks, I should mean. But yeah, um, I mean, what are your thoughts? What are your thoughts on the conversations thus far? I know
I don't know
you
what the
had
conversation is. You were breaking up. Then you said your Wi-Fi
no,
was
no. I
bad.
understand. I understand. I'm talking about like the last 3 weeks. I know
The
that you had
conversation you mean about Jenner?
everything in the show about a month ago. I know some rather visceral reactions to certain philosophical assertions and
Oh, if you
whatnot.
s-
And
if you say anything about people being thrown to hell for all eternity, you'll get a reaction out of me. That's a good way of getting a
well,
reaction.
that is something I no longer assert.
There's a guy in here that comes on here and he has an assertion, though.
Sims.
Yes.
Yeah, he's a pastor's kid. He was raised by a Reformed Baptist minister, and he himself is being slated to be a Reformed Baptist minister. So there's a lot of his ideas that are rather contrary to the mainstream train of thought. Um, but I would hesitate to just dismiss them out of hand because he does have a lot of really good rational thought behind it. I disagree with him on a lot of those points, but I'm careful to dismiss it as being lunacy. You know what I mean?
It's not quite lunacy. You're embarrassed to call it lunacy.
Oh, okay. The one who thinks that he can have judgment over his creator. I'm pretty curious as to your commentary on that.
If if my creator is inferior to me, I'll have judgment over him. How about that?
How is
If he's
that
more,
possible, though?
I don't know. The Calvinists, that's the view they're putting forward. That he's this psychopath that's putting people into hell for something they never did, and it doesn't matter how dare you act good. You're going to hell anyway. Well, how dare you go against my will? You're damned from birth.
And that's a valid criticism. I definitely see that. But I take it to a higher level when I call it a thought experiment, because obviously, like I've said before, I don't believe in eternal conscious torment. However, if the deity, the creator himself, the originator of all things, the volitional force behind all that is, if that was his modus operandi, I would be left with no other choice but to understand how I went wrong in my thinking. Because I cannot for 1 second presume that I can be superior to that which has called me into being.
Well, so I think that goodness isn't a corollary of being creator. You can imagine a modally possible world in which uh, the creator created a universe in order to torture everyone for axial sadistic delight. So,
Okay, but then we're left with the same thing that the atheists are left with, which is upon what basis do we assert any moral standard at that point? Do we simply say, well, this feels right, this seems self-evident, or is there a standard? Because the theistic philosophy has always been heretofore that God, by very definition, is the standard for good. Not that everything is good just because God does it, but God himself, being itself, all that he is cannot be anything but good, and thus anything that's viewed to be anything but good from is
Yeah,
an
so I mean,
insufficiency of
you
creation.
might have heard from me posting the last few days about my skepticism about that view. I think that view is mostly ushered in from Hellenic philosophy. I think that the Bible's statements are more about goodness being commendability, being interest-driven. I wrote an article recently called "Invoking the Universe," which kind of talks about moral standards. And if you have a zero-sum interest impasse with someone, you have basically this chain of events, this chain of like solutions, practical solutions that you can go through. You can try to appeal to the person's sympathy, maybe, but maybe they're not buying that. So maybe you can say, well, all of these people disagree with you and agree with me, so you can like invoke popularity or something. But this other person might say, well, I don't care what everybody says. I have this interest, and so I'm still asserting myself. So then you have one final stop before you just start fighting the person in power struggle. And that one final stop is you act like there is an objective, purely objective reason why you are right and he is wrong. So a non-interest driven moral standard. And it's not coherent. It's not, it really makes no sense to assert a purely objective moral standard, but that's the last civilized border town before bland power struggle. So the analogy that I like to make is when I'm in the car with my wife and she likes it warmer than I do. And so I can say, well, you need to have sympathy with me as the driver. And she says, no, I don't care. I want the temperature the way I want it. And I say, well, I think you're weird. I think most people would prefer this temperature. And she says, I don't care. I just want this temperature. And I can say, okay, well, you know what? You're just wrong. Like, it is it is the perfect temperature in here. It should not be any warmer objectively. But what reason does she have to agree with that? That doesn't make any sense. Like, because the way we feel about the current situation is interest-driven. It has this subjective referent. And so the result, because she doesn't accept any of those solutions, the result is that we start physically battling over the dial. And because there's this mutually assured destruction at play, I stop and drive the car, and she wins. And when I look at things like Ecclesiastes, where it doesn't say God is defined as good, and it doesn't say you should do what God says because of some objective morality. Rather, it says you should do what God says because it's in your best interest to do what God says, because he'll punish you if you don't. And so it's like there's this ultimate standard in God as the great subject. And I think that's the coherent schema we should adopt. And we shouldn't be using this kind of ushered in purely objective thing that came from Hellenic philosophy.
Vince, what do you think about that?
I can derive my moral philosophy is pretty simple. I can derive it from first principles. Okay? The universe is unitary, so we should act like we're all one with everything. Basically, we shouldn't harm another person because you're the same being. You shouldn't harm the environment because ultimately you're connected to it on a very, very deep level. That's my moral philosophy. In a very simple way.
So there is no room for selflessness in your moral philosophy.
Selflessness. There is no the idea that there's separate selves is kind of an illusion. It's all one, but I don't want to go even at one. You should get rid of it as well, but in Buddhism. But if we go to Hinduism, then everything is one. And we should all treat each other with respect because we're all part of God, or ultimately we are all God, basically.
Well, I get what you're saying, and my question actually, I was having a hard time saying it because I was hearing a big echo in my ears. But so ultimately, from your standpoint, from your individual standpoint, because right now you are a self and you're attempting to divorce yourself from that self, right? I mean, that's, if you want to clarify, go ahead.
I have to play the self. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to communicate. It's a matter of biology. It's life originated because some molecules want to be selfish, and they want to take resources. And
Okay.
why they originate in the first place? But life is pretty selfish. It's self interests.
So, okay, and here's what I'm getting to is from your standpoint, your altruistic motivation is actually facetiously altruistic because ultimately you are seeing a self-interest in the greater self, which even that greater self isn't so much a self as a greater whole, but it's more about it's more about an idea of serving everything because you ultimately benefit from it anyway.
Yes, there's no pure altruism, really.
Yeah, and that's where I would say that there are some true altruists, some people who genuinely desire to give that which they have,
Because it makes them
receive.
feel good?
I don't think because it makes them feel good. I don't think.
Maybe, you don't know. There's subconscious is a pretty complicated thing. We don't often know exactly what's going on there below the surface.
Okay, that's valid. That's definitely valid. I would say that that there is a higher motivation that would put another above itself, even to the point of complete total self-annihilation.
But you're not self-annihilating. It's the death of ego. That yourself, the larger self goes on. You're the whole, right?
Well, I suppose, but what I'm saying is that there's some people, the mindset that they have, they see a need, they see something that ought to be done, and they're willing to cease to exist in order for that to come about.
I think I would be willing to cease to exist for some things, world peace, etc. If that means I have to die, then sure, kill me now.
But again, with you, you have that greater mindset that you ultimately benefit no matter what anyway. So even if you die, then you have a better resurrection, or a better incarnation, I should say, or better
Yeah.
karma, and you have a shorter path to nirvana, really.
Yep. That's what the Buddhist idea of sin. The Christian idea of sin is falling short of the mark, isn't it? Well,
Yeah.
the Buddhist version of sin is also falling short of the mark. It's the shorter your journey, the better, basically, and the shorter your journey is how you make it short is from helping other people.
Yeah, I can see that. I can definitely see
Yeah,
that.
it
Go
seems
ahead,
like
Stan.
a lot of this has to do with hylomorphic forms, which are like what Aristotle introduced of like, okay, you have this like substance, and at full reduction, everything is exactly the same, but interest can drive discriminations in that substance. And so, like, you can look at a bunch of wooden figurines on a shelf, and someone can come by and say, "Oh, those are all wood; they're all the same." But then I can come by and say, "Actually, I care about their figures. Like, I care about how they're different. That's what's meaningful to me. I don't care that they're all made of wood. That's not what drives me. That's not upon which I build my rationales." So when we talk about this, is just psychological egoism, is what you guys are talking about, where it's like, oh, no matter what you do, it's all reducible to these interests, like interests within you. And I don't think that's the right place to talk about altruism. That's not what altruism means, is what I'm asserting, I guess. Like, altruism means that you're not being selfish, like you're not being grossly self-interested in terms of like me here in this body. Instead, I'm more interested about the world or about other people. And if I am that, then that is what altruism is. And if we're talking about some kind of pure altruism that's like altruistic even to the reductive level, I don't think that has any meaning.
Um, the the closer you get to pure altruism, I'm not saying it exists or not, but the closer you get to it, are we getting closer to saying that kind of person is more holy, more sacred than other people? They have it's like an aura around them, like that they're more in tune with the divine than most people are.
I don't know. I don't think I've thought about that question sufficiently. My gut reaction says yes, because we usually say that if a person has a bunch of hidden selfish reasons to do something that is just outwardly altruistic, well, actually, if we say that, then from an omniscient perspective, we would say that that person is not being altruistic, they're being selfish. So we would look at someone's heart and we would say, deep down, all secrets uncovered, are you really acting for the good of people that you do not consider to be yourself? And if you are, the greater degree that you are, the more altruistic you are.
Yeah, but there's a type of Buddhist meditation where you're supposed to imagine doing good for a friend and for a family member, and ultimately you're doing good. You imagine doing good for an enemy and loving them. So it's an exercise or a mental exercise, but you can do it in real life as well. But it's a type of meditation.
Yeah, to me, I think the correct reduction is not to something like some kind of pure altruism at the completely erected level. I think the correct reduction, if we want to maintain meaning, is sympathy is driven by oxytocin, and anticipation and goal setting is dopamine driven. Like, and that's what compels our behavior, and that's how we work, that's how we tick. And I think that's the right way to think of us as individuals and talk about it.
Stan, what's your background? Are you an atheist or what are you? Do you speak to like you might be close to an atheist? No.
No, I'm a Christian. I was raised in a conservative Baptist church and became Catholic for about 6 years, and then converted back out. And I'm a game developer and software engineer for the past 10 years, so I'm kind of really interested in talking about debugging theology and getting down to the root of these conversations, avoiding ambiguity, that kind of stuff, which we were talking about before you came on.
So you're definitely a science-driven type of theology, then, right?
Yeah, I think so.
So Eric's in the house. What's up, homie?
What's up, man? Man, I had a hard time getting in here.
Yeah, I don't know why that is. I got to keep a list of people's Gmails so I can just add them that way. I have a list in Google Plus, but it doesn't always work. But
Well, on my Gmail, I got the email reminding me about the Hangout, but that link and the link on the group wall, it kept taking me to the stream. I wasn't joining; it was just watching. So I couldn't figure out how to get past that. So thanks for the message.
yeah, that's what I say. Giving me your Gmail is always the easiest way. If you give me your Gmail, I can ring you up right off. But so basically, what we're talking about right now, just I don't know. You guys could do better at recapping than myself. Vince and Stan are going back and forth a bit, just about their doctrine of God and morality and what's right and wrong and all.
I'm not sure we're disagreeing, though, are we?
Yeah.
I didn't think you were
I think-
going to go back and forth.
Yeah, I think there are some minor differences of opinion. I think that the driving, the thing that started this conversation was like, what's the ground or basis for morality? And you have like this classical Christian, like Aquinas basis for morality, which is like this idealistic, purely objective basis. I asserted that it was an interest-driven basis. So ultimately, you can never have a coherent and purely objective morality. It always has to eventually appeal to somebody with interests, and God supplies that ultimate somebody. And then we talked about sympathy being one of those either interests or behavior that we've developed over time that morality kind of pops out of. I think that's where we arrived.
I don't think. Sorry.
Go ahead.
I don't think there is an objective morality, really. I think it's all subjective. But as I said, I could derive it from first principles. So what you need is an intelligent mind encountering the universe and figuring out that, oh, everything's connected. That's the triggering thing is an intelligent mind, inquiring mind.
Inquiring minds want to know. I want to know. Come on, nobody else remembers that commercial? I
What
wasted all
commercial?
my best material. The Inquirer, never mind. Totally fell flat. I feel like friggin' Michael Richards when he had his bad moment up on stage.
Yeah,
But
I think it again kind of comes back to hylomorphism, where hylomorphism, everything's made of wood, all the figurines on the table are made of wood, and so you could say we're all the same, and therefore that some shoulds or oughts pop out of that. The problem is that's all meaningless, because what is meaningful are the differences between the forms. That's what we actually care about. We have these interest-driven discrimination in terms of preferences and perspectives. That's where meaning comes from. So when we think about that, a good analogy might be, in my body, it's a body, and it has all sorts of subcomponents, which are ultimately, based on, stuff like it's all constructed out of Legos or something ultimately. And but in that body, there are things that I discriminate against. Like there's the heart, which I love all those cells, but if I have a tumor or a cyst or disease, it's still in my body, but I don't like it. In fact, I discriminate against it so much that I don't even consider it my body. I consider it something else, something that I would want to get rid of. And there are ways in which that discrimination has been used for evil in the world, and there's a lot of ways in which that kind of discrimination is used for good. It's about getting the bad stuff out of you so you become a better person, so you work better with other people, so you sympathize better, so you're not a sociopath. Instead, you are a charitable and nice and polite and person who improves the world instead of destroying it.
So are the details more important than the common factors, or are less important than the small details that separate us, or what?
I think that the discriminatory details are more important, especially to our everyday lives and decision and morality, which I think is disappointing. But it is also very, very important to recognize the homogeneous basis to it all. Like, again, there's this dark side of discrimination where you say, hey, those people over there who don't look at me or who don't look like me are so different from me that I don't even sympathize with them. And that's the dark side of discrimination, where you don't realize that you're the same, right? And that's where it kind of breaks down. So it's definitely, it's one of those instances where you have this virtue in the center, and then you have two vices bookending the virtue. You have this vice of dearth and vice of excess.
All hail the beard.
Sam Squinch joins the call!
Hello. Oh, wow.
Good to see you,
What's
Mr.
up,
Perry.
Did you put that up on my thing? How'd that happen?
Oh no, you're logged in under Wandering Pilgrims. You can change
Am I?
it if you want. Yeah. I just put
Okay.
follower of the way because that seems pretty straightforward for us, followers of the way, whatever
Yeah.
the way may be.
That's cool. How's it
So,
going,
yeah.
everyone?
I just not to take away from Sam Squanch's introduction. You mentioned something about I'm talking to Stan. You mentioned something about how, what's the word? I can't think of the word. I kept wanting to say empathy, and I was, what's that?
Or, I mean, both. Sympathy or empathy.
Yeah, sympathy. That's what you're saying. You use the word sympathy, and I was thinking to myself, isn't it really all about empathy? Isn't it all about being able to see from that other person's viewpoint? You know what I'm saying? About feeling what they feel, and then suddenly things take on a whole new dimension, and you see things in a completely different light?
Yeah, I think a lot of it comes down to that. I think the words sympathy and empathy are like, they have such a Venn diagram overlap that there's not really that much meaningful discrimination between the two. But one of the reasons I like sympathy is because of the word, the same is in the word. It's right at the front of the word. It's a thing that we say, oh, you know what, you are too discriminatory. You are seeing differences where there are no differences. You need more sympathy. You need to realize how common we are, because you're going too far in discrimination. I think, however, and this is kind of what the conversation touched on, was like there's also a degree of like, you think if we practice radical reduction where we think everything is just a blob of Play-Doh, I think we lose our forms and we lose our meaning. We lose what makes this life worth thinking about and contemplating and purging ourselves of bad stuff and picking door A over door B and not just saying, oh, well, they're just doors, so just pick a door. It's like, no, I mean, moral discrimination is about saying that door A is better, you know? And so I think, again, it's kind of this Goldilocks issue where you have too hot, too cold, and just right.
Well, I do think that there's a meaningful distinction between the two. And formalism, I'm so glad that you invoked that, because it does have everything to do with formalism. Now, with formalism, if two things resemble each other to the nth degree, if they look exactly the same in every way, then they are in fact the same. That's a spiritual realm there, and I guess we could get into a bit of depth if we really wanted to. But formally speaking, yeah, same things are the same thing. However, in this corporeal context that we have, same things aren't always the same, and that's where we get the word sympathy, because I feel the same that you feel as, so we have sympathy with one another, because in that form the two are the same thing and are one and the same, even though they're divided between two bodies or two experiences. But empathy is something different. Empathy is where you put yourself in someone's place, where you experience it through their eyes, not as yourself, but as them. And I think that bridge between sympathy and empathy is really that defining factor in the bridge between those Christians that want to do ministry and Christ who just loved people.
I think it's fine if you want to assert that taxonomic difference between the two words. I think in practice they have a very large Venn diagram overlap, such that people, you know, maybe when they say sympathy, they mean what you are saying empathy is. And I think that's fine. As long as we clarify our terms, we can talk meaningfully. Like, by clarifying your terms, I was able to understand exactly what you're talking about. So.
Oh yeah, and that's my whole attempt here is just I like your usage of the term of a Venn diagram, because there is that definite overlap, and where sympathy and empathy overlap, you have relationship. Whereas sympathy outside of empathy, that would be that ministry opportunity, whereas empathy outside of sympathy would be that sap that's used for every bleeding heart that comes their way.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I know. I got some random thoughts like that. What do you think, Justin? Come on, say something.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with both of you. I don't know.
You're not allowed to do that!
No, I agree that empathy and sympathy are kind of distinctively different, I guess. I don't know. To me, it's like a semantics thing, so I don't know.
Yeah, but the thing is here, you know, what Stan was saying a minute ago speaks right back to this. Well, more than a minute ago, about defining terms, because that's how you kind of entered into the conversation, was defining terms, and I think that is absolutely essential, because two people can be using the same word and be saying two different things, in the same way that two people can be using the same terminology and mean different things. A great example of this is the fundamentalist reading of Scripture as opposed to the populist reading of Scripture, as opposed to the mysticist reading of Scripture, as opposed to such and such and such and such. You know, you can go all down the line. It comes down to the lens through which you see things, and the more carefully we define our terms and use those terms carefully and speak with the intent of accurately conveying a pinpoint truth, I think the more effective we'll be. On the other side, though, on the converse, I would say that all too often, as recipients of that communication, we tend to pick apart stuff, and Justin drives me absolutely friggin' nuts like this, because I've been waiting to invoke the challenge, all right, because he's one of those guys that he will demand the utmost specificity when someone's speaking to him, But then he's gonna talk in fairy tale, whimsical poems and all this shit when he's trying to talk about his stuff. It's like, come on, dude, meet me in the middle. So yeah, definitions of terms is important for the person making the assertion. I think a comprehensive seeking to understand the greater context of what a person's saying is more important as far as the recipient goes. So that's what I think about that. When everybody talk about
up to this point?
Everything.
One of those sets of terms that drives me batty about, as far as like not defining them right, is like objectivity and subjectivity, and I was talking to you about this before in chat, and it's like, oh my god, please let's because this is like objectivity is treated as synonymous with the absolute, but really objectivity means kind of like inherent in the object, beyond a human opinion. This is just reality, or beyond any conscious grasp of it. And subjectivity, it has to do with subjects' thoughts. And then you have on the other side, absolute versus the relative. The absolute's just it's unchanging no matter what frame of reference, and then relative is it changes depending on the frame of reference. So those kind of get lumped in together, and people are just like, oh, objective is just a synonym for absolute, Well,
yeah,
I mean, that kind of seems to assume a certain philosophy.
And one of the big confusions there is if I, in my brain, have the opinion that mushroom pizza is the best, that is an objective fact about something that's in me, right? And so all sorts of modal scope fallacies addle the moral conversation, especially related to those words.
Exactly. Yeah, I covered that a little bit in my, it was a show that was basically centered around my own little spiel, but I was talking about my own kind of epistemology / ontology, and it has to do with it's all centered on experiences, and I realized that my experience, even if say I'm hallucinating, it's true that it was an experience. At least that's a fact. So that was one of the steps in my whole philosophy, but I'm not going to go through all that right now.
So I have a question for Sam.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, I was just curious. You had said so if you think that mushroom pizza is the best, if that's an objective truth for yourself. I just wondered if you could elaborate that a little bit more. I don't really it sounds very subjective, right? Like you as a subject, your personal subjective experiences, interpreting what you like the best. What do you mean? What do you mean when you say that's an objective truth for yourself?
Sure. So let's say that whenever you put a mouse in front of a piece of cheese, the mouse always goes after the cheese, right? And that is an objective fact. However, what motivates that action? What preference drives it? Where does that come from? And it's like, oh, because in each mouse brain, there is a subjective desire and interest in cheese. And so it is subjective insofar as it proceeds from subjects, but we as these lab scientists are pointing to the mice and saying it is objectively true that those mice love cheese. So and that's what makes the conversation so difficult. It's subjective and objective are kind of useful because you can talk about how some are just kind of divorced from experiences or some are relative to experiences. But if you jump one modal layer up and from the helicopter scientist view look down at a mouse, you can make objective statements about subjective preferences.
Does that clarify it for you, Eric?
I think I'm just kind of processing it a little bit. I guess this is a new one for me. I mean, I'm not too keen. The whole objective subjective thing I haven't really dug into a whole lot.
All right, I want to talk about that. Can you guys let me talk about that for a minute, or do you have something you got
No.
to say right now?
Isn't that just statistics, though, right?
What's that? What's that, Vince?
Isn't that just statistics? Like, statistically speaking, the
Not at
mouse will
all.
go for
Not
the cheese.
No, 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 not at all. Let me talk about object oriented as opposed to subject oriented, because this is a very misunderstood thing, and I'm really glad that Justin brought that up. Object oriented is all about a singular monolithic truth. That's all it is. It's focused on a singular thing, whereas subject oriented is focused on the experience of that. It's focused on the subject of that singular thing, or many singular things. But formally speaking, object-oriented is just that, oriented towards a singular object, and that can be taken towards, taken to be applied towards formal discourse and debate and things like that. So,
Well, so it can be about a single object or collection of objects, and experiences, insofar as they are synaptic activity, are collections of objects, and so that's why
right.
you can.
But that collection of objects becomes a singular thing, is what I'm saying. Is
Right,
it's Yeah, it's all about a singular thing, and a singular thing can be composed of a multiplicity of things, but it's all about the totality. Like a good example of this would be American politics. Okay, that is a singular thing. If you're going to talk about politics, you can be objective in that you're going to keep the discussion strictly about politics, but that does not mean that it doesn't involve religion, sociology, anthropology, and all of the myriad of factors that go into the American system of politics, because that's object oriented. However, if you were subject oriented, if you were subjective, it would be all about how you deal with that political system, how you experience that, and feelings come into play there, as well as pragmatic reality. Subjective does not necessarily mean that it isn't logical, and objective doesn't necessarily mean that it is logical. So Justin, are you hearing me here? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah. That's one of the big things for me too. Is that seems like a lot of times when people wield the word subjective, they're just talking about your personal feelings, and I think this has a lot to do with what Francis Schaeffer called the line of despair, and actually I think there's a lot of significance to what he said about that, which is basically that in the history of philosophy, and it's come down through the arts and all that into popular culture, is that there's the world of objective facts, and then there's just the world of kind of lofty feelings and religious ideas and stuff like that, which isn't really real, and the two are separated as if they're mutually exclusive.
Well, doesn't it seem like the existential component really rears its head when it comes to the word subjectivism? I mean, isn't subjectivism really rooted in existentialism all entirely?
So say that last part again.
Isn't subjectivism completely and totally rooted? Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I think the way I look at it is like existentialism is part of that general stream. It's not like it just came out of the ether and people just started saying I'm an existentialist. This was a part of a long development. Excuse me, sorry, a little sniffly. That's been going on for centuries and centuries. It's like, and I hear it kind of went back to the whole. Gosh, I can't even recite the terminology off the top of my head, but Duns Scotus and versus the Thomist schools of like being, is God a being, or is God pure, like being itself? The equivocal versus the, God, again, I can't recite off the top of my head, but there was this kind of divide in religious philosophy, and then it just kind of cascaded from there. And I'm still learning about it myself, but it's fascinating, and it's kind of a tragic thing, because I really hate the kind of modern that whole dichotomy that I was just talking about. I loathe it. It's anyway.
I mean, one way that kind of dovetails into your remark about existentialism, and also the remark made earlier about isn't this just statistics? Isn't this just survey taking? Um, I think that the answer is whenever you take a helicopter view and make objective statements about subjective truths, it is survey taking, essentially. I think that's a fine way to talk about it. I think that our best, I do think that existentialism is rooted in no ultimate objective assertion of meaning. I think we get that from Ecclesiastes, which is all about saying, okay, we need to trace backward and follow the rationales and find where that ultimate meaning lies. And every time he did that, he kept finding dead ends or things that didn't matter. And so finally he said, like, his solution was to say, okay, just stop tracing back then. Like, just enjoy your projects, enjoy your families, obey God because he'll punish you if you don't, enjoy your food and drink, enjoy your labor under the sun. And in the very last chapter, he doesn't say, oh, okay, well, that was like, without God, then there's no meaning. No, in the last chapter he says, everything is hollow, and this is an upright and true teaching. That's what he says in the last chapter. And so to me, that says that the ultimacy is the great subject of God, and there's not a way to make a pure objective statement of meaning or value while also being coherent.
I have a question. If everything is God capable of being objective?
Kind of harsher question.
Well, I think
I thought it was funny the way I said it.
Yeah, I think you're using the term objective in the sense we mean of impartial and fair and just the facts, like just weighing that kind of stuff, right?
No, I mean if everything is God, then if he's looking at something, he's talking about something, he's talking about himself, really. Is that all connected? That's what I mean. Can he really be objective? Can he speak of something outside of himself?
Well, that's to say that oneness in being necessarily means oneness in personhood. And as Trinitarians, we already have that kind of distinction in the Godhead itself. So that persons can be one in being, but there's still a distinction there where they can refer to each other and interact with each other, sort of thing.
Yep. It's hylomorphism. Like, we can radically reduce if we want, but then we lose all our forms. And
yeah, exactly. Yeah, see, there you go. That whole balancing act that you were talking about, that's right there in the Trinity. I saw that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
That's cool.
I think I would disagree with Stan's take on Ecclesiastes. I mean, I haven't done an in-depth study, so maybe I'm wrong. But the way I always understood it is, as he's reaching that conclusion that nothing matters, right? How does he keep opening up these dilemmas? He says, under the sun. So for me, the way I always read that and I understood that was like, if this is all there is, just under this sun right here, nothing more, nothing greater, nothing beyond, nothing before, nothing underneath, like, it's all meaningless, right? If this is simply it, if life is just simply life under the sun, it's fleeting, it's vapor, it's meaningless. But
yeah, I've heard
as
that,
Christians, we don't believe that, right? Like,
right. I've heard that interpretation a lot. I think the last time I heard it was a John MacArthur radio sermon where he said exactly what you're saying. I think it's a really common interpretation among Christians. I think it isn't very supportable if you read the text, just because in, I think, 4 separate places he talks about under the sun obeying God and being obligated to God and doing your duty toward God. So under the sun is an experience with God, and so that's why I don't accept that response.
I'm
Also,
not sure if I'm understanding what you guys are saying. I mean, what really is the difficulty with what's being said at Ecclesiastes? Because I got a suspicion, just because I've had a similar conversation many times before, but I'm not really quite sure if I'm hearing it right. So, I mean, could you clarify what exactly is the gripe with Ecclesiastes?
So the very common interpretation of Ecclesiastes is that it's a lament about the lack of meaning unless there's God or an afterlife. So like in an atheistic perspective, there's no meaning, and so as believers, we have this buttress of God or an afterlife to support the castle and to keep everything meaningful. And the existentialist perspective is that that's not what Ecclesiastes was saying. The existentialist perspective is Ecclesiastes was saying that if we radically rewind looking for something that is both rationally justified and ultimate, then we are looking for something that can't exist because that's a logical contradiction. Because something that's rationally justified is justified by a parent, but something that is ultimate has no parent. And now, again, the common Christian response is, well, God is special and he gets around that somehow. But then the existentialist response is, no, he doesn't. Everything is ultimately hollow, but it's driven by interests, including interests of God, and that's totally fine and okay. That's a great supplier of meaning, real meaning. But that's how meaning comes about. That's how it's generated.
And I would agree with your ultimate conclusion, definitely, that ultimate meaning does definitely come by the purposes of God, and that's something that can only be understood by touching the transcendent. But to me, Ecclesiastes goes hand in hand, and this is an excellent example of what happens when a person views one book of Scripture in exclusion to the rest of Scripture. I don't think that if anyone had a singular book of the Bible, it would be Ecclesiastes. I think that was more often an addendum than anything. But the bridge between the existential and teleological, maybe, would be the book of Job and Ecclesiastes. If you see those two in light of one another, it makes perfect sense. And
especially because with the book of Job and Ecclesiastes both find their completion in Christ, which is one reason I think the book of Job and Ecclesiastes are two of the most important books of the Old Testament.
I agree.
You have this, like in the book of Job, you have this Elihu character who is a very Christian character who is all about like the plan, like solving the problems. Yes, everything seems crappy right now, but it's all for this really awesome nexus that's going to explode out into awesome stuff later on.
He's the year-old neo-Calvinist convert, is what he is.
Yeah, I mean, I think all of the characters in there are Calvinists of one kind or another, to be honest. But with Ecclesiastes, I think in Ecclesiastes you have this. What I am asserting is the assertion is that meaning is generated, and so we love our families, and so our families are meaningful. So that kind of process, and through Christus Victor as conqueror of the grave, suddenly the meaning fountain is endless for all of us. So now suddenly we don't have to lament about the shattered vessel because Christ has conquered the gates of Sheol, and now we have this endless fountain to look forward to. And none of that, in my view, means that meaning is ultimately objective. It just means now it is an endless fountain thanks to Christ.
I would say, like I added on your on one of those threads that you were saying something similar, is that God is the great subject, and I think that's actually something you said, that I've said it before too, and that ultimate objective reality for us is actually the greatest subject. So, and the way I also kind of put this in that same video I was talking about, the good and the good, the true, and the beautiful are one essence, one being, and but for us it's kind of like a three-lane highway where we're looking for reality to be just and beautiful and true, and so there's these values streaming out, that we're trying to climb up this ladder of. Sometimes, as moderns, we deify truth to the exclusion of values and act like the values, or that's just wishful thinking. And that kind of goes back to what I was saying earlier about the dichotomy. I think that might be what you're getting at, and sometimes I don't quite know what you're trying to say with that, but I think that might be sort of like overlap with what you're saying.
Yeah, and I mean it's hugely complicated too. Like,
Yeah.
not all of us are just grunting, right? So.
Yeah.
Hey Justin, what was the two terms that you used in contradistinction to objective and subjective?
I wrote in the chat, absolute and relative.
Oh, yeah, I'm not in front of my computer. Absolute and relative. Yes, I very much with you there. I just couldn't place the terms, but yeah, that's you hit the nail right on the head, and the ambiguity of those terms and the ambiguization of those terms is what most straw men, most fedora straw men are based on nowadays.
Hey guys, I got a jet. This was awesome, but I gotta go. Sorry.
Oh yeah.
Hey, we really appreciate you coming along, dude.
Yeah,
I hope you come back next week and stuff.
Cool. Nice talking to you, man.
All right, you have a good one. So Eric's been awfully quiet. What's going on, man? Oh, sorry, Justin, you got something to say?
Oh, I did want to. Actually, I wanted to say something, but it's okay. I actually wanted to address, because Vince actually put something in chat, and I thought it was this comes up a lot. So he said meaning is subjective, but that doesn't mean that meaning cannot be important, even though it's construct. I know I'm reading it, even though you're right here. Sorry, but anyway, I just wanted to say that doesn't. I guess I haven't really like philosophically rooted out what is exactly bugs me about that, but I don't understand how, even if there's no ultimate meaning, like I was saying before, the ultimate subject who our values actually come from. So
well, what is meaning? First, what is meaning? What is it you're talking about? What is meaning?
Well, I believe it's what I'm talking about right now. That there's I mean, it is hard to define the meaning of meaning. I mean,
that's what I'm saying. We were talking earlier about how we throw these terms around as though we're actually saying something.
It's like a judgment, isn't it?
Yeah, well,
yeah.
It is. It
yeah,
is.
It is.
It very much is, and I think that would really do us good to try to define that term. What is meaning? I mean, we use ontos and telos, but what does that even mean? I mean, you get an idea?
It's like it's a decision to. It's like the exercise of agency and perception at the same time. I think it's like you're making a decision, but it's not just you're deciding to. Okay, I'm presupposing my conclusion here, because I think Vince is thinking it's purely a decision. But what I'm thinking is it's a decision as well as a perception. So like you're not just deciding what something means. It's also, it seems like this is real. This is really what that means. But then you're like kind of you're like, yeah, I agree with that meaning, that judgment.
There seems to be a necessary transcendent element here.
Yeah.
But you make a concept real by thinking it in some ways. In the Buddhist philosophy, you give it reality. You're a creator yourself. You give birth to an idea. So meaning. Now it has meaning. Okay, now it has meaning because you thought of it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but what do you mean when you say that? What do you mean when you say it has meaning?
There's some topics that for me it's like it's like seems so out there and like blatant for me that it's hard for me to. This is one of those
very
things
abstract.
That's frustrating for me, huh?
Very abstract, yeah.
Yeah, and yeah.
I'd give a stab at it. When I think about meaning, for me, just because of my mathematical way of thinking, I think about the laws of physics. The meaning of nuclear physics is that stars pull together and they exhaust their fuel and they give out energy, and the meaning of that is that that's their cycle. And then I think, well, what's the meaning of it all being set up in the first place? What does that even mean? Because what means is to define a term. And when we talk about ultimate meaning, what we're talking about is, how does our existence make sense? How does
Yeah.
being make sense as opposed to unbeing? And this is something I think a lot about when I'm in the shower in the morning, or when I'm just riding my bike down a trail. It's like, can I think about what it is not to be? The absurdity of reality, the absurdity of existence. Sometimes I think about that. It's like, if God didn't exist, if reality wasn't, could nothing be? It just seems so abstract. And so, taking it back to that term meaning, I think what we're looking for is why there is something rather than nothing.
Hmm. Yeah, I think meaning is definitely tied into teleology. And I'm still finding it hard to put my finger on the issue right now. To be quite honest, this is not. I'm
Well,
not.
maybe another word would be
Objective,
purpose.
or objective meaning. That's why you have a problem with it. You want objective meaning.
Say it again?
Maybe another word would be purpose.
Yeah, that's part of it.
What Vince said is, maybe the problem is that you want objective meaning. And I attempted to redefine it by saying that, well, maybe what we're talking about is purpose. But I just think I really encapsulate it by that simple, eloquent statement: why is there something rather than nothing? It's that why. That's what we're talking about. Why? And what does that why even mean? Isn't that a rather compelling question when you think about it? Those things that we take for granted that we don't often consider. Why do we even ask why?
Why is like the playground of philosophy. What and how are playground of science.
Well, we are the wandering pilgrims now, are we not?
One of the things that I kind of is in the back of my brain when we talk about this issue, or when your philosophy events is brought up, is that, and I don't know how to bring this some kind of airtight argument or anything, but it's like, where do we get our value, our ability to value from, if there's no ultimate values? It's like, I don't understand how that comes to be. Where do we
I
get
already talked about it before you came into the chat.
Oh, okay.
Says the smug son of a bitch from Ireland.
Okay. I derive it from first principles. Everything is one, so you wouldn't want to harm another person because you're one with them. You wouldn't want to harm the environment because you're one with it. Everything is one self. So altruism is really helping yourself if you help another person.
Well, wouldn't that kind of
It's not
intimate
really altruism.
that the oneness, total oneness, is either has a value or is a value, or it seems kind of like that to me from what you're saying.
I had a contrary contribution to that conversation before you showed up, and that was that I mean, I can talk about, Fox's Book of Martyrs or Jesus Freaks and give extreme examples of sacrifice like that, but I myself have known personally people who sought absolutely no reward, who just, for no reason other than the benefit of someone else, and not for any good feeling either, did something good. And there are people who, and this is an extreme example, say a Jew in during the Holocaust, during World War II, who knew that by setting free 10 of his kin, that he would definitely be put to death, and perhaps he was an atheist and didn't believe there was any life after death. And such a person would do that. I mean, you get the extreme examples I'm bringing up. I do believe that true altruism exists. And
But we don't know on the subconscious level. Maybe he got the inkling that we're all one. Maybe he can't really conceptualize that feeling he has, but it's there in the back of his head, or underneath the layers of his intellect and all these outer layers of the brain and everything. It's just some of the current underneath the surface, you know.
Do you believe in the Brahman Atman distinction?
I believe Brahman is a better solution than just being selfish, but as a Buddhist, ultimately you have to destroy that idea as well.
Well, I think that maybe this is a gateway into the Christian doctrine of the Holy Spirit. The bridge I'm trying to build here is that you're talking about there's an inkling in the back of their head. There's something that's drawing them to the concept that we are all one. Well, perhaps it's not about us all being one. Perhaps it's about there being one that is greater than ourselves, to which we should strive to attain.
Carl Sagan used to talk about the numinous, I believe it's the right word.
Yes, the numinous, yes.
Okay. Feeling like you're in the presence of a spirit or a god. When you look at nature or whatever, like you're looking at something bigger. And
it's another thing that C.S. Lewis elaborated on greatly, funny enough.
But that concept really meant a lot to me as a pantheist. You know, you'd often encounter just suddenly in nature, you'd see, wow, we're all one, or there's something bigger than me, but I'm part of that bigger thing as well. I'm bigger than I can see.
It's a very small step between pantheism and panentheism.
Yeah, but do you believe in magical spirit stuff? Fairy dust.
What do you mean? What are you talking?
That's an absurd assertion that just came out of left field.
I just don't even know what you're talking about. There. You're Mr. Gaelic with all of your Celtic names and shit. I mean,
so I have a problem though with.
Come on, it was only a matter of time for someone had to bring out an ad hom.
So I have a problem though.
If I was a panentheist, I'd probably be more inclined to be like a Jedi. You know, the Jedi religion. People laugh at it. People laugh at it, but it's panentheism. Why are you laughing at it? They're your brothers. They're Jedi.
Don't lightsaber me, bro.
Yeah. You should be walking around a lightsaber. You're a Jedi.
I walk around with a lightsaber, but they call it a public indecency nowadays.
I saw those. Oh my god.
You can call me Eric.
There's this guy who does all these inventions, audience suggestions, and one was to make like a knife that makes toast as you cut the bread, like in Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Well, he did that with a saw, so just kind of
Eric, I have a question for you.
Which Eric?
Yes, my friend.
The Pilgrim Eric.
K-Eric.
Eric, whatever. Eric with a K.
Eric with a K. Mr. Mayo.
I'll call you Carrick.
Uncle K.
Carrick.
Carrick.
Uncle K.
Mailman.
Okay, how'd you masturbate with a lightsaber, like? You know, you cut your fingers off and you're using it?
I used my light chakra.
Oh, you light chakra. Okay.
I got an answer for everything, homie.
So I have a problem though with this earlier definition given for altruism.
I got a lot of problems with this conversation, but go ahead, Eric.
Well, I'm just gonna say, if we turn altruism to the fact that altruism extends from that we're all one, and we care for the one because we're part of the one. I mean, you're making altruism's base self-interest, which then it's no longer altruism. I mean, it's self-defeating. I mean, the definition of altruism is I'll read it just from the Merriam-Webster dictionary website. It is unselfish regard for or devotion to the welfare of others, or to a behavior by an animal that is not beneficial or may be harmful to itself, but that benefits the others of its species. And so the heart of altruism is something that it's not about yourself, it's about others, and or it may actually be harmful to yourself.
The problem is
the problem is once you redefine altruism to mean as you do, then it's no longer altruism. Right? By its very definition, altruism is selflessness. It's an absence of regard for oneself.
Yeah, yes, but you're looking at the larger self. You're dissolving your own ego. You're defeating your own ego by looking at the bigger picture. You're not looking at the organism anymore, the one one organism, this meat shell that we're wearing our brain for transporting our brain around. This is me. No, it's not you. You're the bigger
Yes.
picture.
I'm not like such a dualist. I believe I don't believe this is just a meat suit. I mean, I don't have a full understanding of it, but the body is very important. It's yeah.
Well, I kept wanting to jump in. Now that I get a chance to jump in, I forget what I was going to say.
What happened to Justin?
Oh,
I'm
I
here.
think
I logged in on my real account.
Okay, there you are.
Oh, you could have been wondering, Pilgrims. You get
Well,
to mute people that way.
Oh, that's true. But I just liked.
I think anybody can mute anybody, right? I can mute people.
No, you got to be the one host.
Nope, I just muted you. I'm not.
Very
muted.
exciting. I'm the only one unmuted.
But I muted myself.
Yeah, you don't have to be host to mute. Justin.
Oh, he just dropped off. What happened?
Oops.
Ah.
I can mute anybody, huh? Well, I'll add him back in.
I didn't mean to do that. Okay, so what else was talked about, or do we still want to branch off of what we were just talking about?
Eric. He's like, what happened? Hey, you can mute me, but I can boot you, homie. Oh, I hope he doesn't come in all butthurt now. I invited him back. What's he taking so long? We talked about a lot of stuff. A lot of it was.
I'm enjoying this conversation a lot more than I normally do. I'll give you that much. I prefer this to scripture readings. Oh, God is going to boil us in hell. No, he's not. But he's going to feel bad when he's cooking us.
Yeah, last week it was like straight chapter readings.
Yeah, we can do that sometimes. I still want to talk about the baptism of the dead. Nobody ever wants to talk about that.
Yeah, that's such an interesting subject, actually. Because some people will say, "Oh, he's just talking about something pagans did," and then some people are like, "Well, he's talking about something they did," and it's like,
"Did he float when you baptize him?"
No, the context. The context was people being baptized for the sake of people who had already gone to the other side, who had already passed, and it's one that most Christians don't even know is in the Bible. It's in 1 Corinthians, where Paul's taking that argumentum ad absurdum, talking about if Christ is not raised and we're most miserable among all men, and oh shit. I think I gotta fix this. Hold on a second. I'm gonna mute myself.
Okay.
Justin, carry
yeah,
on.
I'm gonna take it. Actually, it's 1 Corinthians 15. I'm gonna screen share this, I think, because where's it at? Okay, let me. How do you do this? Whoa! Oh, cool. Here we go. Am I just screen sharing the? Can you see the passage now? Resurrection of the dead and all that?
Yeah, I can see it.
I see it.
Okay. Let's see. Oops. Oh, here we go. 20. Otherwise, okay, wait. Let's go to the context a little bit before then. For God has put all things in subjection under his feet, but when it says all things are put in subjection, it is plain that he is accepted who put all things under subjection under him. So the Son. Anyway, when all things are subjected to them, then the Son himself should also be subjected to him who put all things in subjection under him. It's like a big word trip here. That God may be all in all. Otherwise, what do people mean by being baptized on behalf of the dead? If the dead are not raised at all, why are people baptized on their behalf? And this comes after, him saying that for as in Adam all die, so also in Christ shall all be made alive. So it seems to clearly imply that every human being will experience life everlasting. Is what it sounds like. And even if, say, he's talking about, like some people say that he's talking about a pagan ritual that Christians don't do, that just pagans do, he seems to be describing some kind of legitimacy to this, like that this hints at something, a reality where everyone will experience everlasting life. That's what it seems like to me. Just reading over that. What do you think, Eric?
I've gone back and forth with this one, and I think what it's talking about is, and I have a hard time asserting this because even as I want to say it, it just seems kind of forced because it seems like he's talking about something that we don't have a clue about. But it seems to me like what he's talking about is not being baptized for the sake of those who have died, but that we are baptized unto the death of Christ. Being baptized for the dead, being baptized, being dead, that we might be raised again, because that's the context of the whole passage, talking about resurrection, saying if Christ isn't raised from the dead, then we're most miserable among all men. So, I mean, maybe if I read it in Greek, and I had a good knowledge of that, it would seem clearer to me. It seems an ambiguous reading at best, but that's the best thing I can give, is that it seems like he's talking about why else are we baptized and dead? Because we're going to be raised again.
Can I make a comment?
Okay, go ahead.
Wait, what were you going to say?
I was just going to say real quick that he also says, the whole, in Adam all died and Christ all will be made alive, and Christ will resurrect everyone.
Yeah.
Part of the context too. Anyway, go ahead, Vince. Yeah. You want to say something?
Yeah, I was. In Celtic paganism, water isn't a means of cleansing anything. It's a means of passageway into the other world. So you could say it's the passageway into the world of the dead. Fire is actually the means of cleansing in Celtic religion.
Cool. Yeah, in the Bible, it's like both are kind of used that way for cleansing. But actually, what you said reminds me of, and validate this or invalidate this, but like in Celtic mythology, they're big on the borders between things like sunset, sunrise, the edge of the forest. Like I guess the water would be probably another example of that.
Edge.
Like
like bogs. They used to put stuff in bogs because they're kind of sacred. They're not quite dry land, not quite water.
Mm-hmm.
There's a little bit of symbolism there. Yeah.
Yeah, that's really cool. And I have some Irish ancestry too, so it feels like that kind of draws a lot of my imagination. And I actually read some really cool books. It's actually a Christian guy, but he drew on a lot of Celtic mythology and stuff in his fantasy books. Stephen Lawhead, he's got some great stuff, but I just ate that stuff up. Yeah. Were we gonna? I guess we're just kind of rambling now, aren't we? Just kind of meandering along here.
Well, I'm trying to figure out now, because now I feel really bad. It seems like since I ejected Eric,
can't bring him back in.
I can't figure out. It's almost like banning from a group, but I can't find the setting that will let him back in.
That's weird. Can he not use the link, or?
It says that he's not allowed to join when he tries to.
What? That's weird.
Because I ejected him. If it's a permanent thing, oh man, I'm gonna feel really bad about that. I was just playing around. I didn't know it was permanent.
Maybe it's only for this instance of the hangout.
Oh yeah, I'm sure it is.
Yeah, but I wouldn't try and begin it again because it'll be a pain in the ass for everybody else.
Hey, Justin, private message him the credentials for the Wandering Pilgrims group so he can log in under that. You know what I'm talking about? You're muted, dude.
Sorry, yeah, I know what you're talking about. I'm messaging him.
All right, cool. Yeah, just tell him to do that and tell him I said I'm really sorry. See, this is most of the times that people think I'm being a dick intentionally. It really does tend to be an accident. I'm just trying to be cute and funny, and it doesn't always work out so well. But yeah, I like I like a lot of what we've talked about over the past few weeks, and like the theodicy thing is something that we tend to keep shying away from, and I'm just curious as to why. It seems like I'm one of the few people who can talk about what a jerk God can be and still be okay with him being God. And it's not because I think it's okay to be a jerk, but because I think that he's higher and transcendent, and just like it says, his reasons higher above our reasons are his, and the heavens are above the earth. And every time I come in an impasse, and I started the conversation with this with Vince, but he just took the moral high ground and said, well, screw it. If God does something that I don't think he should, then I'm superior to him. You know? And
Yay!
there you are, Eric.
Sorry about that, Eric.
See, that's what you get for muting me.
What happened? Did you block me?
I ejected you thinking that I could just add you back, kidding around, and apparently I couldn't just add you back. I sent you the invite like 10 times over.
Yeah, no. What happened was I would get it. I'd get that phone call, and I'd hit answer.
You're cut out.
No, I kept getting the. Am I here? Can you see me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. So yeah, I kept getting the phone call. I'd hit answer. And I hit I agree to the terms. And I hit join, and it would just say I wasn't allowed.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
I mean, if the host re-adds you, you should be able to join.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, I wonder if
I'm
that's going to be a
the
problem
Google
in the
Hangouts.
future. I hope that's not going to be a problem
Oh, I
in the
don't
future.
think so. No, every event is individual.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think that's gonna. Yeah, they're all.
Yeah, Oh, go ahead, Justin.
As far as Google Plus is concerned, they're all completely separate. So.
Okay.
Yeah. No,
Well, I only
and
muted you,
even if
Eric, just to prove a point.
well,
It
it's
wasn't even a
funny
mean point, it
that
was just-
everyone can do that.
Yeah. Well, I said it,
should
and everybody was
be-
like, "No, that's not true." I was like, "Yes, it is. I'll prove it."
Yeah. Damn it. So anyway, what I was just talking about was how short we fell in Theodicy. I
remember what you said. Unless you wanted to say some more. Yeah.
Well, just so Eric's filled in on it, just how God has a right to be as much of an asshole as he wants to be. That's my opinion. Is when he looks like he's being an asshole to us, that's our definition, and we're a creature, and a creature does not get to define the creator. It goes the other way around. And when the creature's definition falls short of the creator's, then it's a deficiency in the creature, not the creator. And I don't know, like, the problem of pain is something
Nah.
Wait. The problem of pain is something that you only encounter in first world nations. In third world nations where life is regularly miserable, people don't stop and think about whether God's justified in their misery. They just try to understand as best they can, because to them, he's God and they're not, and that's okay. They know their place. And we're busy trying to be gods ourselves. That's my theodicy.
I'll let Vince go if he wants to, but I wanted to say something.
If God's an asshole, he's an asshole. That's all. He may have a problem with me calling him that, but he is. I don't care. If he's going to act like that, then that's the way it is. But if there is a God, I can't see him acting like an asshole, because I could see him acting as a neutral party, like being very detached, like a theist type god instead of theist. Very hands off. I created you. Now I'm gonna sit back and watch the show. That makes more sense to me than like a cruel god that is a puppet master over everything.
I was going to say that the reason that it's not like, well, I guess it is kind of an emotional thing too, but it's not solely like some emotional issue. It's like it's like knowing that God is consistent, completely consistent with His own attributes, and God's one. Justice is one with His mercy, is one with His compassion, with His love, is one with His His truth, is the beautiful and the good and all that, and that all is one. And I believe that God can do things that seem to us that are really harsh, but that's because He's fighting the death in us, and He's giving us all that He has, which is all the life that is in Him. And that can seem pretty, and I can tie this into your view of hell, Eric, where you believe that hell is God purifying us, giving all the life that He has, and in the meantime it feels painful and tumultuous. And that's my view. I don't think that for God to just do something just to be an asshole. That's that seems obviously like He's lowering Himself to a creaturely level, or like He isn't God. And that's where I'm keying in with Vince there.
Okay, this is where it's really important where we define our terms. Because when I say God's just being an asshole, I'm talking about from our perspective.
Right.
I'm talking about from our experience, a completely existential experience. What I'm saying is that God is never an asshole ultimately, because that's a term that defies the category.
Right.
Just like, and I've always, and this is, you might disagree with me on this, I've always objected to the terms of benevolent or malevolent being applied to God. I think these are creaturely terms. I don't think that they are transcendent terms.
Well, all our terms are creaturely about God. I mean,
exactly, and ultimately it tends to be an anthropomorphism, even in the midst of the allegory. And I think that when it comes to talking about God Himself, the one term that's always stuck with me is the Tao of which you speak is not the Tao of which you speak.
Would you be okay with God the neutral? How would that title? Would that work for Him?
No, because He has a positive assertion. He has an end in mind. God has a teleology.
It seems to me that a God who puts all the effort into creating us would have a vast interest in our well-being. It doesn't end just like to say that God created us and then He stopped caring. That's really more of a temporal God who changes from one moment to another.
Okay, a capricious God.
Right.
I would prefer the term capricious, but
capricious, yeah.
Again, I think the term effort defies the category.
Oh yeah.
There is no effort for God. Well, yeah, I know you and I know that. I need to clarify that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like God has to try to do anything. It's just like, yeah, okay, boom, and it is. I want that. That's how it works.
I think whatever Vince posted on Facebook the other day, I believe it was him, was actually really good. I don't know. It was something along the lines like...
If it was good, it's probably not me.
No, I mean, I'm not friends with you on Facebook, but I'm pretty sure it was your account. I could be wrong. But it was something along the lines of like, if God's an asshole, then he's just a demiurge, and he's not really God.
Yeah, that was me.
That was in bare knuckle theology.
Yeah.
Wait, what'd you say, Eric? With a K?
Eric?
K section? What'd you say?
Oh, I said that was in bare knuckle theology. Sorry, this
okay.
iPhone is awkward sometimes, and it blanks out on me, so I can't touch the screen when I need to. But I can always hear you guys.
You're always listening.
Ever present.
The shadow knows.
I do.
Maybe
so anyway, go ahead. The demiurge thing. I was waiting to hear a lot of Justin's comments on that. I didn't really want to chime in on that so much because it seems like I have to type out like a friggin' 5-page essay to actually address something like that because it's too ripe with category errors, it's too ripe with logical fallacies and assumptions and a prioris and all
But
of that.
I was talking about Calvinistic God, you know?
Yeah,
Isn't he an
but
asshole?
you're taking a very narrow juvenile view of it. It's like an ant.
You're saying Calvinists are narrow and juvenile?
No, I'm saying you're like an ant who's criticizing a crystal for being in its way for getting to its food.
So, incidentally, I had this idea for an essay years back where, it's an analogy for humans where ants, they have this kind of spiritual religion or something and feel this energy flowing all through them and this bright red, like crystal orb drops from the sky. It's really a lollipop, but, like, that just reminded me of that, sorry.
Were you on shrooms?
Huh?
Were you doing shrooms?
I've never done shrooms that I remember.
That I remember.
That's a little gleam in your eye, I see. That looks like a Klonopin gleam.
I think Vince has a fair objection.
Just pot.
I don't know.
What's that, Eric?
I said I think Vince has a fair objection. I don't know, like, if we can just dismiss it in its totality. I mean, I'd have to reread it, but I think I remember I liked it. I agreed with the majority of what he was saying there. I think, if we start saying, okay, well, we can't call God an asshole because he's God, and so then we just have to redefine our terms of what it means to be. Let's just substitute the word asshole for evil, right? Okay, God did evil acts, but now we just can't call him evil anymore because, just because we experience it as evil, it's no longer. I don't know, like, you're just making. And maybe this goes into the objective-subjective thing. We're talking about objective good and objective evil, and you're saying it's no longer that just because we experience it as such.
All right. I see what the difficulty is right now. The problem is, and it's so wonderful that the conversation tends to keep coming back to existentialism. The problem really does come down to we're starting from the wrong standpoint. We keep starting from our own experiential standpoint. We're not thinking any better than animals. If you really want to get what's going on in the grand scheme of things, you can't start with yourself because you're the consequent. You're not the cause. You're the consequent. Well, you got to get back to wait. This is intrinsic, okay? You got to get back to the cause. You got to get back to the original. And that's why the two words that I kept bringing it back to last week was ontology and teleology. Is you go back to that. First, your purpose for being, what's the beginning? And then the intended end of it all. You start with God. You start with his intention. You start with his volition. You start with who he is. And everything else falls into place. But if you start with yourself and your experience of it, man, you're just going to get all screwed up because nothing's going to make sense because it just looks like you're getting set up to fail.
Well, actually, that's what I think I would disagree a little bit. It's not that I'm starting with myself, but I'm starting from what I believe to be the true ontology, right? And so if I say that, like, God is good and that, like, certain privations are privations, that they're evil, and then all of a sudden we have these things being attributed to God, then it's conflicting with the ontology. It's not that I'm starting with my own self. It's
Let me
that
stop
if God
you right
says
there.
murder is wrong, then murder should be wrong, right? And like there should be on top. I don't know.
Let me stop you right there. You jump ahead again. You say you start with God, and then you start, well, then why should murder be wrong? Well, you're already starting with the fact of murder before you've arrived at how murder has arisen given God. That's the problem. We're making these leaps and assuming these realities without linking them back to a first cause. And what I'm saying is, and this is why Calvinism is an inevitable conclusion in exclusion to universalism, because you cannot have an omnipotent God speaking all of creation into existence without everything being perfectly intended. It's just a logical, intrinsic necessity.
That's not.
Wait, without everything what?
It's like dominoes, okay? In order for that last domino to fall, every last domino that comes before it needs to hit the one before it. God's the one who set up those dominoes,
But
flicking it forward.
uh,
Go ahead.
okay, here's the thing. The privations are found only in us. God gives only the fullness. He doesn't give, part of himself. He gives all of himself. And the actions which are come out of a lack, which is what we call evil, those are coming out of us. And God ordains it in the sense that He gives us the agency to do it. He doesn't determine our actions, but He gives us the agency, which He knows in creating us will happen, but He doesn't act as if. And here's the difficulty, that it's called divine chastity, where people are having a disconnect. Well, if God knew it would happen, then He must just allow it to happen, not realizing that God does not allow evil to dictate His actions. Even though He hates the evil, absolutely does not want it to exist, He doesn't let that direct His actions. He acts as if everything is perfect.
God cannot be reactive. God cannot react. That is not possible. God cannot react. God can only act. He
Exactly.
can only be... Okay, so as long as we agree on that, go ahead.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And that God acts out of the purity and love of His heart. And so God does not act out of, in response to a privation. And so that's why evil things happen. It's not because God is determining, oh, I want these evil things to happen. It's that God is just perfectly sustaining our being, acting in self-gift. And those things come out of our being. And, well, when we have a lack, we suffer, and God infinitely hates that suffering, but He's not going to let evil direct His actions or commit evil in response to it.
Okay, the picture I'm getting in my head is a river flowing over a bunch of rocks. That God put those rocks there. Okay, that God put those rocks there, and as the pristine, unbroken water flows over those rocks, it foams up at the bottom. It makes bubbles. Those bubbles are nothing. They're an absence of something. They're the privations, and eventually those bubbles absolve into nothing, but they eventually float downstream and just subsist into everything. Is that kind of... Does that sound like what you're talking about?
Sort of. I would just say like the bubbles pop. Like they're absorbed back into the stream.
I have an observation.
Yes, please.
Okay. The theistic God. You need all these somersaults, and you need acrobatics and everything. Why can't God either not be there, or He just leaves everything alone, so that it's the same effect of Him not being there? It's basically, nature is neutral. He's not all these privations. Oh, I'm trying my best to be good in all places, and everybody feels my goodness, but we're fucking up somehow, and that makes evil. And all these complicated theologies and everything of people disagreeing, and it's just so gymnastics.
It's not that God's trying so hard to be active. It's that God's relaxed into His own nature, and love just comes naturally out of His nature. It's like the sun. Well, I guess you could say, like, if the sun were alive, it would be feeling like it was doing a lot of work. But the way we perceive the sun is just like, it's just a constant stream. It's relaxed into its nature of just radiating on all sides indiscriminately.
All right. Hold on a second.
Oh, I'm trying to be good.
Hold on a second. This is all based on the assumption that we don't all have an individual experience. The context of the conversation is our shared experience. If you want to talk about an individual experience, God's more real to me than the sun that rises every day. God's more real to me than my own identity. My experience of God goes so much deeper than this pale shadow that we call reality that I can't even begin to tell you how much more faith I have in the reality of God than I do even in my own existence. And I think that most people who have a genuine relationship with him would attest to the same thing. But it is the subjective nature of that testimony that we bring to this common discourse that brings us to try to find some intersection of this. And so someone like you, Vince, you may not have had a similar experience, but that's just your experience, and it doesn't make anyone else's valid.
Okay, but you think I'm not a spiritual person?
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. What I'm saying is that your experience informs your testimony here and now, as does ours. It's not as though we need geological samples or some kind of quantum physical model to really justify what the conviction of our heart is. It's our attempt to convey it to you, articulate it to you in such a way that you will find it credible, entertain it, and perhaps share in that experience that's really up for contest, not the reality of my experience to myself. So, I mean, when you talk about God hiding or it seeming like God's not involved at all, well, that really is just your experience. Because to me, God is absolutely intrinsic in everything that I experience, and he's indivisible from it.
It's a personhood of God that I have a problem with. I have no problem with divinity and idea of God being everywhere, even though I wouldn't call it God necessarily. I have no problem with that. The idea that his personhood and he wants everybody to come into his knowledge, and he is a desire for everybody to be good and to come home to his heaven when they die, whatever. But
Well, call me schizophrenic or something, but I mean, I converse with the dude on a regular basis, so I mean, that's, and I'm sure.
I don't know what's happening inside her head, or I
Well,
would.
I'm sure that there's a lot of people like me that are rational, that can have a rational conversation and not be complete nutbags, that will say that we regularly. It doesn't take the form of like actual voices or anything like that. It's more. It's more abstract than that, but it's a regular conversation that happens on an ongoing basis, and I know for a fact Justin probably has a deeper conversation with God than I do. And if Matthew was here, I'm sure he would attest to the same thing. And and maybe you could call it a sample of the beatific. I can never say that
Beatific
word.
vision is how I pronounce it. I don't know.
Beatific. What? I hate that word. Yeah. What Justin said.
Beatification?
Yeah, beatific. Son of a gun.
Like the Beatitude.
Beatific, yes. Beatific vision. Yes, I said an IROC. So anyway, yes, that you could call it a sample of that. In your parlance, it would be a taste of nirvana. Still this side of Serena. Or Senera. I can never remember that word either. Never mind.
Huh. Well, since you raised the point, my communion with God is more like it's so simple and I'm trying to find the word to describe it. It's like just a oneness. I kind of came through meditation and stuff, and at some points it's like kind of like a fish being in water, and it's so natural that sometimes I'm like remembering actually having sort of a discourse in my head that it's like, oh man, why isn't that happening anymore? And like, what's wrong with me? It became that subtle, so that's kind of where I'm at, I guess.
I can give my experience of divine is like pure joy by not having a conversation as such. It's just it wells up from within you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the same here. I would say that the discourse kind of comes from the fact that in our fallen state as humans, we have kind of an old nature that is not perfectly aligned with God, and so there's like this discourse that's happening, and it's really happening between two natures, and it could take any number of forms, and any of those forms are true so long as that pure nature is being communicated to the soul. And that's like the mystical take. Yeah, I'm kind of a Christian mystic.
Buddhists are mystics too.
Oh yes.
Heretics.
I feel like there's something else I was going to say, and I can't remember what it was now. Oh, I feel like Matthew would have had a lot to say on the. Maybe we can get him in on the when he comes in, talking about the values thing and stuff. Because
talk about tea, and you'll attract him in.
yeah, let's talk about different types of tea, and all of a sudden we'll see him log in.
Yeah, Justin, you gotta get Matthew to log in.
Yeah, I think he's probably still asleep. But oh wait, well he might.
It's a little late.
Get Drew to log in. How about that? You'd like Drew log in, right? You know, a conversation with him.
Yeah, we should definitely get.
Oh my
Drew.
gosh, that'd be hilarious. It'd be a rage fest for the rest of the show.
Oh, it's so funny. You guys are like trying to use me as a go-between. It's like Drew's like, send Justin this, and Justin's like, send Drew that. Like yesterday, Justin had me add Drew to the ANCAP group, the anarcho-capitalism group, and Drew hates these guys with the passion of 1,000 suns. And
what's even worse is that they're like hyper-liberal in that group. And like just leftist as you can get within the anarcho-capitalist paradigm, and it's like those are the two things he hates the most.
And it seems like such a contradiction in terms. And I think the screenshots I sent you said it best. I mean, they are about as emo as it gets. They're like the My Chemical Romance of political groups.
Oh my gosh, they have no. This is the reason I left last night, is because I had been observing it for months off and on, and like they had a problem with one of my friends, well, kind of acquaintances. He had an article that was about can't remember, it was about socialist justice or something like that, and it was very logical, and he was like inviting debate and everything, and someone posted it, and they were just all like oh my god, and like posting memes and stuff, nothing of any content, and then. So then, like, I was just like, man, you guys just like, there's like no content here. Like, why don't you start a thread then? Blah 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 blah. And like, I looked 29 posts. It took me the 29th post down to see anything serious, and I was just like, this is ridiculous. I'm out of here. And then I was like, I'm gonna get revenge on him. I'm gonna get Eric to dump Drew in there.
So you rage quit, and sent Drew in.
Yeah, exactly.
He's like your feral cat that you just throw into your pen of pit bulls.
I can't figure Drew out. He's like a chameleon. I don't know what his political views are at all. I can't figure him out.
He's like part Drew, part comedian.
I think he's just pure troll. Is he pure troll? I don't know.
The reason he makes fun of people on the reason he makes fun of people on meth so much is because he's got like natural meth flowing through his veins. He's like naturally high on life, and he's just like all over the place. He's like type A, assertive, outgoing, extrovert, total fucking balls to the wall.
And he somehow comes up on every show. Have you noticed that?
What do you mean?
Like we ended up talking about him every show.
Oh, yeah. Well, he's the interest of the day. If we would have had this show 3-4 years ago, it would have been John Lofton.
God rest his soul.
Good old Lofty. Yeah. I love John Lofton. He was actually a pretty cool dude. It's just, the text lacks inflection. And he was one of those old school preachers who just want to save people from hell, you know?
And there's a part of him that was a troll, you know it. I mean, some of it.
Yeah. Towards the end, it got rather evident. That's why we had our falling out. It sucks that I had to partner with Victor Buttface.
Man, we could talk about all sorts of people on here, but anyway.
He doesn't warrant our time.
Anyway.
Back to God.
Yeah. What were we last talking about? I remember we started gossiping here.
Oh, I think Vince was trying to save our poor Christian souls or something.
No, we were talking about how it feels like to talk to or communicate with the divine.
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying it was pure joy, and you said it was something similar.
Yeah.
It's more like these people that talk about actual voice conversations and stuff. I mean, yeah, I talk to God a lot, and I think that He leads me in my thoughts and stuff, but I don't think I've ever heard God's audible voice. I don't think I've ever seen Jesus before me, though I've had credible testimonies that from people who say that they've seen that. But I think really that's just like icing on the cake. That's not what it's all about at all. It's really all about a deeper reality that's rooted in who you are. You know, when you sleep, when you wake, when you're doing whatever you're doing, it's just a part of you. And to try to convey that to someone that hasn't experienced that is like trying to explain outer space to an earthworm. I mean, I wish I could come up with a less condescending example. I mean, just imagine an earthworm that's been to outer space. You know, how is he going to go back and explain that to his earthworm friends?
There was a cartoon called Earthworm Jim. You remember that one?
Well, video game.
No, it was a cartoon too.
I don't remember the cartoon, but
yeah.
I do remember the video game.
I actually met the creator briefly at Comic-Con. He's kind of a jerk. He's got really cool art.
Did you cuddle with him?
Oh, dear God. No, I like even more, you know, the guy who did the Holiness video by the Bible Project?
Mm-hmm.
Jason, I think, Brubaker. He's really cool. He's got a cool personality, and I love his art, and I didn't really realize that. I guess he's a Christian, I don't know, but before that video, when I heard he was going to be in on that, I was like, oh my God, that's amazing. He had a really cool comic about I don't want to spoil it because I'll spoil it for everyone. You just have to read it. It's called Remind.
I'll probably never.
It's really trippy, though.
I don't think I'll ever read it.
Well, I mean, but we have a lot of people watching, or some people watching.
I don't think they'll ever read it either, but that's just my opinion.
Well, I guess you could say it's. I guess it's not so much incarnational as reincarnational.
Reincarnational?
I can't actually remember exactly the details of the plot, so I may be misconstruing it.
We got to keep track of the words that we invent on this show because they're quite a few at this point.
Reincarnational, isn't it? Like reincarnation.
Reincarnational.
That's something I invented.
Reincarnational?
Oh, well, I guess the AL at the end.
That's reincarnationally reincarnationalific.
Oh, let's talk about idealism versus physicalism.
Oh, we want to go there already?
Yeah. Well, we could, dip our toes.
Okay. How about you go ahead with that, and I'll give you my criticisms, because I know that there's not many points of disagreement that we have, but there's a few little tiny sticking points that we have.
Okay. Basically, where I go, and I've had, many different arguments, or arguments I've chimed in on that, which my friends have put forth, but I like to get right to the heart of it, and the fact that everything.
Hey, how do I add Daniel Baber to this phone call?
Yeah, add him.
How do I send him one?
Send the I think the join link is in Wondering Pilgrims chat. Hold on just a second.
You can go there.
Yeah, let's see. I think it was the one that Eric posted.
Have him give you his email and use that Gmail to add him yourself. You're on a
Yeah.
laptop, right?
Yeah, I'm on a laptop.
Yeah, that's easy to do. It rings him like a phone call.
Okay.
Matthew's gonna be on in a bit. He said he just got to bed late.
About friggin' time. I'm getting tired already. Damn it.
Yeah. Hopefully we won't be too long on this, but
Well, I
get
feel
Daniel's,
good.
once I get his Gmail, how do I actually like make it phone call him?
Well, you know the video window here. You
I'll be
must
right
up
back.
to the top, and that bar appears,
Mm-hmm.
and it's the one to the far left. It's a little figure of a person with a plus sign. You go,
Okay, yeah, I see it.
yeah, you click that, and then you enter
Mhm.
in his Gmail address, and if you hit space after the Gmail address, then his name will pop up, and you
Okay.
just click add. But
Cool.
yeah, what's cool for me is like if I conk out early, there's a couple of you guys here that can log in under the host name, so it can keep recording, so I don't have to stick it out all night. Because look, I've logged in 7+ hour sessions. Actually, it's more than that because I was here before everyone else was, so it was more like 8 hours for me, plus the 5 hour one, and then not that I don't love it and everything, and it's awesome and stuff. Who's saying goodnight?
Georgia Peach.
Oh, Anna. Yeah, that's my friend Anna.
Okay.
So where did Justin go? He disappeared.
I kicked him out.
Oh, don't do that.
I'm just kidding. Don't do that.
It'll be just like anonymous after a while. We'll all be logged in under Wandering
It's a wondering.
Pilgrims.
Yeah.
Well, that's a cool thing that Google lets you do that. They can,
Yeah.
like, you can't have multiple Facebook accounts in one browser. You know, you got to log out of one and into another.
Yeah.
But with Google Plus, you can have,
You can do that.
all kinds of different ones, and same thing with like YouTube. But I digress. So I thought we were going to talk about idealism.
Well, we need some idealists in here for that to happen.
Justin was going to go get someone. Oh, you were going to add someone, weren't you?
Yeah. Well, Daniel hasn't sent me his Gmail on Facebook yet. He's in the Daniel Baber.
Oh yeah, he was in here last week.
Yeah, he's.
Well,
Well,
he was the one that you got pissed at.
Yeah, yeah.
To be fair, if I can give a short, and remember this is recorded, so I'm going to be as politically correct as I can. I totally understand where Daniel's coming from. He's like, well, his problem's not my problem, and I didn't know about that. But at the same time, I've gone through a lot of loss past few years, so it's like feelings are feelings and stuff, and I don't blame him for not being sensitive, nor do I blame you for getting pissed at that. So it's like one of those situations where cooler heads prevail,
Yeah. Well, it was late that night, and I mean,
yeah.
emotions are high at night, and so and
We're
in
men.
the tricky,
Today's another day.
Yeah. And the tracheotomy with my mom, it like literally just happened. So I had.
Dude, I've told a million tracheotomy jokes in my day, and I'll tell you what, I'm not saying I'll never tell another one ever again, but I'll feel really, really bad about it.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that, man. That's sad.
Yeah.
I didn't realize it just happened either.
Yeah, that day it was like, I mean, like literally, it just happened like the day or two before.
Oh,
And,
damn.
Yeah.
Man. No wonder.
I had to like.
That was entirely my fault too, and I should know better than to broach subjects like that. And I'm totally sorry, dude. I am really, really sorry.
Yeah. It was just like one of those things where it was just really like fresh on me, and I just had to give consent for it to happen, and just trying to figure out what was best for her, and had I mean, my mom actually used to be a DNRA. Like, she used to never even want to be on a respirator at all. And so it was one thing to be intubated to save her life in the moment, and then we were talking something a little bit more long term. And I was just wrestling through, like, what does she want? What is best? Like, how do I? And so, Yeah, and the fact that just her going in under surgery with more sedation, more pain medicine with her cirrhosis, it just made it even more like risky than normal. Um, so it was
Well,
just I mean, it was just a long, we were on here for a long time, and it was just an emotional moment.
well, I really do appreciate you,
So it's one thing.
being cool about that stuff.
Yeah,
Because,
absolutely.
like I said, I just had no clue till Michelle mentioned something to me. But
Yeah.
it's all good.
So
Speaking of which, Daniel, what's up,
yeah,
my man?
Those old Bud Light commercials from back in the day.
Where that? Going through my own personal hell.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. I don't know if I should discuss anything publicly.
Oh, yes. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. It sucks.
Yeah.
Uh,
It's just beautiful.
yeah, well, get your mind off stuff here. We were just about to dive into idealism versus physicalism versus
Woo!
realism versus whatever.
where's Matthew?
Yeah, I think he's about to come on just a bit. Maybe we can stall until then or something, so we can get everybody in on this.
I has no angst anymore.
What's that? What did you say, Daniel?
I have no angst. I heard what you were saying, Eric, and I do apologize. And I even sent you a PM.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have
I
no
don't
problem
remember
being
what
the
it was.
biggest asshole in the group. I'm used to that title, so I'll live with it. Yeah, I'm the dick. I know.
He was just
Did
saying
you
how
accept
he
my
actually got
apology?
that just a couple days before, so that was like a big, and it was late at night, and that was why it was so hard to go. Whoa, take us on a trip there.
Yeah.
No.
Guitar stand.
No, I was trying to avoid something.
Oh,
I mean,
okay.
and all I did was just leave the conversation. It's not like I blew up at anybody. I just was like, okay.
No, but you didn't even respond to me on Facebook either. But that's...
Well, it was.
I'm not a cold-hearted jerk.
No, it was like
I didn't
3 in the
catch all
morning
the
here.
context in the chat. It was just scrolling by.
This is gonna be our intermission here.
We were gonna be talking about idealism, I thought.
Ideally, I was an asshole, but
Jeez. Oh man. Oh yeah. I'm talking to Matthew right now. Tell him we're stalling until he comes in. So
Save us, Matthew. Please save us.
Yes. Save us from the awkwardness. Let's see.
well, I don't like to. I don't know. Shouldn't be sidestepping around everything. I apologize if I.
No, I'm not even. Yeah, I'm not asking to sidestep. I'm just, and like I said, I didn't blow up. I just left the conversation, and then I did that purposely because I didn't know what to say. I didn't really have anything to say.
I want to give both of you a big, wet, sloppy kiss right now.
How many beers have you had so far?
How many what?
Beers has Eric had so far? Eric with a K.
Well,
Arik. Oh, wait, you're Arik. He's Eric. Whatever.
Have I?
I'm
No, don't just say a
you.
lot. How many?
A lot. I could use about 10 right now, I think.
Justin Fowler, was that you?
Yep.
What did you just add? Google what? Google Effects?
Yeah, Google Effects. You just scroll over until you hit sounds.
I don't even know if I can
That's
wax
14.
philosophical.
Is that how you guys have done the clapping before?
14 beers isn't a lot, is it? I polished off a 12-pack, let's put it that way.
Clap.
Yeah. You're like a professional.
No, I wouldn't. I don't know about that.
These are making everything so much better.
Professional amateur, more like it.
Not even.
I'm losing it now.
Oh,
I don't know why it's so
jeez.
funny, but it
And
is.
Justin wanted our branding to be like so serious. He was like so worried about us being ridiculous because I wanted our logo to be like a round table with like Jesus riding a velociraptor with a
Oh
machine
yeah.
gun and American flag,
Nothing's
and
impossible.
like the like Shiva there and the flying spaghetti monster and Santa Claus and just like all of these awesomeness. And Justin's like, no, we want people to take us seriously. And I'm like, come on, no. But he's like, no,
Well,
seriously.
I was saying, like, we need to at least be halfway serious. But I actually wasn't trying to make us completely serious. I was just kind of going. It was actually partly my fault, but we were
You
kind of the
were all
graphics
for it
we
at
had.
first.
What?
You were all for it at first.
Dude, you are so drunk off your ass right now.
No, I am
Barely
not.
even
You
talk.
always think I am. The moment I admit that I've drank any beer, you automatically assume that I'm hammered just because you're a teetotaler. But
I'm no teetotaler, dude.
when's the last time you had a few?
That has nothing to do with my stance on alcohol.
Yeah.
That's only because of my wife and her issues with it.
Okay.
Wow, look at Daniel.
Daniel, you promised me that you Daniel, you promised me that you'd be drinking this time.
I don't really have anything to drink. Oh, my head.
Nobody knows the troubles I've seen.
How'd you make a good friend? Oh, whoa, which song was that?
That was sweet.
This is cool. I like have the dual angles on me now. It's like, hey, what's up? Man. So we're gonna talk about idealism or what?
I was going to see. Well, I guess it's probably going to be a while still since Matthew gets on. But
Yeah, I don't know enough about it.
This group isn't ideal enough.
You know what's ironic is I met Justin through. I've got to take this beard off.
What the hell?
I can't take my own self serious. So I actually met Justin in the idealism group on Facebook like a couple years ago, and was like joined that group. It was idealism and science versus atheism, I think. And I was just like, wow, these people are so smart. Like they're so beyond me. And most of the quantum physics stuff, I still have no idea about. And I've like watched so many like and Matt's videos and a lot of the aspiring philosophy stuff, and still it's like just so over me. Like I've like been perusing like idealistic information via Justin and Matthew and some others for a couple of years now, and I haven't even scratched the surface of understanding it all. So I'd say all that to say simply that if we discuss idealism, I'm personally just giving the floor to Justin and whoever idealistic person is here.
Cool. Yeah, I actually thought we met in the Christian Market Anarchism group, not Idealism. Did we meet in Idealism?
I think so.
Huh.
That was.
That's
I'm pretty sure.
That's a long.
All right.
You're right. I don't know.
Well, I would like to discuss idealism, and this is, and I alluded to this in the last discussion. There's nothing but math. Okay, that's all it is. It's all propositions. Okay, let thus be thus, and then there's thus be thus be thus. It's encapsulated in sacred geometry. You draw a circle, radius, circle that intersects the center of that with the same radius. Then you got the template, boom, draw a seed of life. 6 circles around a central circle. Then from that, you can do the same pattern over and over again, draws a flower of life. From this geometric principle, you can draw straight lines and circular lines to make all the Platonic figures, everything like that. This is all a conceptual tool to understand the building blocks of this reality, and it's all geometric mathematical propositions that are discretely couched in some kind of medium, like a hard drive, a cosmic hard drive, call it God. I mean, for me, it's represented as the event horizon of a black hole. But even that is still a conceptual construct that has a deeper rooted reality in prime matter, which we touched upon in the last session. And all of it comes down to the same thing. It's just a conceptualization, just like a fractal is nothing but a Julius set plotted out with a framework on an XY graph. All of reality is nothing but that. Now, if you want to talk about whether reality arises from our perception of that, or if God's the grand perceptor who casts that vision, well, there's some gray area for that for me. I see probability waves and stuff like that, and how every volitional being contributes to the formulation of what reality is. But ultimately, it is the painting that's painted by the master painter, God himself. So that's my vision of idealism. Justin, you want to take it from there?
Excuse me. What I was going to say is that my basic approach is getting to the heart of the matter, which is because I just don't like roundabout means usually. Everything that is a part of our experience, or that we can that we can attribute to every perception we have, anything we can call a part of matter, is an attribute of the mind. So like qualia, colors, structure, those are all conceptualizations. The idea that there is something external to us, that's an idea. Math, that's a conceptual tool. And so it's like, when you get down to it, what is there that you can say, that you can point to and say, well, this is proof that there's something outside of our mind. I mean, or that there's something outside of mind in general. And really all we know is our mind. So back when I was like a teenager, this was my kind of thought experiment. Because when I first realized that everything we experience is going on our brains, according to the modern neurology, I was like, wow. When I'm walking around, when I would walk around the hallways of my house, when I'm walking around, it's like I'm walking around inside of my brain. It tripped me out really bad. And so I started to think in those terms, and I kept thinking further and pushing it further, and everything we've ever known, other people, the history of the world, physics, geometry, everything, that's always been inside of our brains. And it's like, well, but then we've known about the brain the same way, and so the brain is inside of the brain. And so I realized it was a self-referential type of thing. And so all we really know is our experiences, and sometimes we kind of get away from that realization. So to say that there's something outside of any experience whatsoever, including a greater mind, a greater experiencer, is to just talk about, it's like, what are you even talking about? It doesn't seem to have any meaning, because we don't know what that is. And if that is unable to have any kind of interaction or overlap with our reality, then it'd have to be a separate reality. But reality is what binds everything together. So then you'd have two solipsistic kind of realities that don't come into contact with each other whatsoever. And the other reality beyond any mind whatsoever is what Matthew and I have termed inscience, which anti-science, like SCIENT. That's where it's like related to the science, which it means knowledge, basically. Anything you can conceptualize or anything like that. So that's basically that's how I get right to the heart of the matter.
Okay, I would defy your term brain or mind because you're talking about a piece of meat.
Wait, what? You're defying me using the term because it's
When
me?
you said the brain. Anything outside of your brain. No, your
No, no,
brain
no.
is
Okay,
outside of your
well, see,
mind.
that's where I would say that there's something transcendent to the brain because the brain becomes
Right.
self-referential.
I'm giving you the
Okay,
chance to rectify that definition because that was a
okay.
rather sloppy definition.
Well, I was springboarding off of modern neurology. Modern neurology says everything's taking place in our brain. I think the only
I'm
thing that
helping
might
you out here, buddy. Don't cut me down.
no, I know what you're saying, but I'm just saying I was explaining why I was talking about like everything's going on in the brain because that's what modern neurology says, and the only thing they might say is happening outside of it is structure, like mathematical structure or something like that.
Right, but if we're going to be a true idealist, what we're going to have to say is that the brain is a construct. It's a
Mhm.
mathematical construct that allows us to interface with this shared reality, this shared construct. The brain is the medium between the actual mind, what Matthew would call the nous. It's computational in nature, much like this computer. I mean, I'm holding an iPhone in my hand. I have a desktop computer in front of me with a webcam. Michelle has her laptop out there where she's on. And all of these things are the intermediaries, and they're doing a lot of data processing. And without them, we would not be able to talk to one another. We wouldn't have our avatars. You wouldn't have any video. You wouldn't have any audio. You wouldn't have anything. It's all that computer construct that is made up of a cooperation between software, hardware, and various media. And that's much how our body works. Now, we
Can I make a
represent the
comment?
nous. Wait, hold on a second. We represent the nous because without me on the other end of this, what's the point of it? It's just a machine that does nothing, that conveys nothing to anybody. I'm talking. It's recording me. It's conveying me to you. You're talking back to me. It's recording you, conveying you to me. That's the function of our brain and body in various forms. I mean, with the computer, you have the CPU, the memory, the hard drive, the monitor, the speakers, the microphone, the keyboard, the mouse, all of that stuff. And the same thing with us. You have the body, you get the eyes and the senses, you get the brain and the brain stem and all of the deeper visceral natures of us. But ultimately, these all exist to serve something that runs deeper than a mere physical construct. And is that I would call the nous. And I very much anticipate Matthew joining us.
Right. Yeah, and the way you stated, I think you clarified, and this is the way you said it is probably the way I would say it, but when you said that the brain is a mathematical construct that allows us to interact with this reality, the way I'd probably put it is that the brain is the construct that it's like the manifestation of our mind when we interact with this reality. I wouldn't necessarily say like it's what allows us to. It's just kind of like that's what the mind manifests as when it interacts with this reality.
Well, I would disagree with you there. I would say
Okay.
definitely. I look to what's it, the pineal gland. The pineal gland has a vibration to it, and I can't remember what those cavities deep within the cerebral cortex are, where it has a spinal fluid in which the pineal gland's immersed, and it's like a tongue that's immersed in there, and it vibrates. And it's most not psychologists, but what do you call them? Uh, the ones that study neurology and whatnot. Well, anyway, most doctors would say that that is really the heart of consciousness, where the pineal gland is, at the heart of our cerebral cortex, and I would say that that is an interface. And I know I'm going on a limb in saying this, but that would be what the book of Ecclesiastes calls the silver cord. That's the connection between that intangible and the tangible. And the brain is the hardware that computes in such a way that allows us to process sensory information and convey it in a meaningful way to that ultimate self. What do you think of that?
Well, actually, I agree with you. I guess I need to clarify what I'm saying, because I was oversimplifying it. I don't mean like our brains are kind of like Boltzmann brains, which are basically brains that just emerge from the ether. I meant like I think they have a history, and this is kind of where evolution plays in my theology too. Like it starts like all the way back through the chain, and this is our brains came to be through this long process. But I believe it's a noetic process, which means mental, basically. And that, but each individual, their soul or their mind manifests as a brain. In each individual instance, it's just that it takes on kind of this habitual form of like that humans take on, and I do agree. I think that the how do we say pineal gland, whatever, is probably
Pineal,
interface.
yeah, pineal probably the best.
Pineal, yeah. You know about Rick Strassman's research and stuff, DMT. How I think he said that it's naturally produced by the pineal gland, and when people take a larger dosage of or when they take an external dose of from outside of DMT.
Oh yeah, it's like the cleanest trip ever, and it takes
Yeah,
them
and
to
they have
a whole
experience.
place of like a union oneness state.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I think that, and that's what Descartes, that was his thing. Pineal gland is the link between the spirit and the material.
I do think that I think the pineal gland is key, but again, in my thinking, it's just another construct. It's not really there. It's just the manifestation of the information processing and how we deduce it into a meaningful sense to our real self from this shared corporeal experience. In fact, I mean, if you look at, you've seen that picture of the universe where they've compared it to the picture of neural pathways in the brain.
Mm-hmm.
I believe in the fractalated nature of reality, that it's just a repeating pattern with different variations. Well, I would say the same thing as far as like inward as well as outward. As far as that neural pattern, our self is branching out to other selves, and we make these connections, and it mirrors those neural connections, and we actually become part of one another more and more to a greater degree. And you know what they say, I mean, there's no more than 7 degrees of separation between any other person on the face of this earth, or so the theory goes.
Right.
It's like this big neural net. And I had alluded to the union superconsciousness before. It seems to kind of border on that, and I see that as arising from that central aspect of us being a self, an experiential self, given a construct, branching out in such a way as to interact with other selves. Reality, corporeal reality, as we see it around us, is what arises from that interaction. And through that, we have these pathways of connections that, much like the universe, much like the brain, much like social networking, it all is the same thing. It's all one big network of information and volition and experience.
I got this guy. Oh, you remember that chat that I added you to with? I guess you pronounce it Ewan.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about. Yeah.
I just invited him. See if he can come.
Oh yeah, that'd be cool. I never finished that conversation. I
Oh, it's-
wanted to, but he took it to a deeper level, and I knew I had to do some research, and I was lazy that day.
Yeah. Oh, go ahead.
I gotta really want to be involved in the conversation to put much effort into it these days. It's just like it's so much coming at me left and right because I get
drinking
these.
from a fire hose.
What's that?
Like drinking from a fire hose.
Oh, shut up.
What?
Oh, for a second there, I thought you were alluding to my alcohol habit.
Damn, you're a little touchy about that, ain't you?
Well, everyone seems to be commenting on it lately. It's like, fuck you, I'm in the Reformed tradition. I'm drunk. Go. At least I'm having fun. The Persians had it right. They would debate politics, and then they get drunk and they debate it again just to make sure they got it right the first time. But no, actually, you go back to Martin Luther and the Reformation. They were the ones who were brewing beer left and right because life kind of sucked back then. So the only good thing they had was to get drunk and debate theology in the taverns. I mean, I think some of the best theological conversations you'll have is when you get drunk, especially when you hit each other a few times, and then you have the conversation afterwards, and you're like hugging each other and crying, and and then you pretend it didn't happen the next day. Yeah.
Awkward silence.
It's like a bad sitcom.
Daniel, you have any input?
I don't know,
You're
man.
pretty much
I'm somewhere else.
Oh.
Daniel, you don't talk very much.
I do.
You're
It's just that other people just never shut up.
Can I make an observation?
Sure.
As long as it's observing something.
Oh, well, we could get into
I think you
conversation
can
all
say
day,
whatever
couldn't
you
we? Justin seems to be more down to earth in some ways than Eric in his idealism, I think. Eric goes off into these fairy tales, like Star Trek.
What?
Type of, stuff. At least you started referencing neurology, and then you have Eric saying, "Oh no, don't reference that."
I never, in my
Bullshit.
wildest dreams, ever thought that anyone would ever possibly say that Justin Fowler was more down to earth than me.
Yes, he
You
is.
have totally
Yes, he is.
floored me, Vince. You have totally floored me.
Did Daniel disagree?
Do I what?
You just agree with
I
Vince?
disagree with idealism in general. No.
Oh. Well, I've talked about the interplay of our personalities before. It's interesting. I'm like a mystical artisan, and you're like a down-to-earth idealist. Kind of strange.
That's what I don't get why Vince thinks that I'm like all off in the clouds, because it's not like you and me really disagree or anything.
Platonic solids and bullshit making the
You haven't given Justin the chance. Trust me, he'll be twice as crazy as me.
Well, we need to
if
get him
he
drunk
actually
then. Get drunk fast so he can have a conversation.
It's not
on
about
equal
getting
level.
drunk. It's just Justin hasn't talked about it yet.
Loosening the inhibitions.
He's the quintessential Neoplatonist, for crying out loud here. I'm just the one talking about it.
It's cool. Well,
Go ahead.
What's weird is that I sometimes people get so abstract that they actually lose me. Quite honestly, I try to get to the point with certain ideas, even if they're abstract ideas. But sometimes when I guess I got what you were saying when you were going on your long spiel, but my mind kind of zoned out a little bit. But I got every point you were trying to make. But plus my wife was talking to me. But But yeah, when people like end up talking in just pure abstractions and it doesn't feel like it's rooted in anything in my experience itself, then they do kind of lose me. So it's
Hey,
personalities are kind of more complex than just a simple caricature. Say, go ahead.
I have a question about idealism. It's more of a in general type question, but what do you guys think led to idealism not being successful?
Huh?
Oh man.
Idealism is the prevailing philosophy of the day,
I'm
actually.
pretty sure postmodernism, existentialism is one out, but
Yeah.
No, idealism
that
is
is
the
the
define.
prevailing
No, wait.
Idealism's
Hold
coming
on.
back.
Hold on a second. Let's get this clear.
modern philosophy.
Wait.
The
Let's get this
Enlightenment,
clear. As
existentialism,
far
postmodernism
as the
is the
authorities go,
prevailing.
as far as the people writing the textbooks go, idealism is the philosophy of the day.
Wait, what? Since when?
When it comes to quantum
No.
physics, when it comes to
Whoa. You mean like the founders of quantum physics?
what I'm talking about is any academic examination of quantum physics is all pure abstractions, and they are the quintessential idealists. Now theirs is not a really sophisticated form of idealism where they don't talk about forms and things like that, but essentially in quantum physics, idealism is assumed and quantum physics is assumed. That's what keeps the GPS working.
I guess if you clarify that idealism means anything like immaterial, like reality is immaterial, then I guess you have a point, because it from bit is the prevailing kind of outlook.
Well, yeah, materialism is a populist outlook.
Right.
Materialism is not at all an academic outlook.
I'm trying to think if I'm probably not educated enough on the history of philosophy, but I think maybe the 20th century was characterized by logical positive. Well, at least the first half.
Well, I'm talking about right here, right now, today. Materialism is like, well, it's not a term that most people are even familiar with. So even the people who are familiar with the term materialism, the vast majority of them reject it. Anyone who has a real examination of it, they're either substance dualists who believe in a separate two different materials, or which is the more common one, is idealism in its various forms, and there is a lot of different forms of idealism.
Non-dualism.
That's no, Vince, no. You're talking.
It's just a different
category
form of New Ageism.
Category error. You're talking
Why is it
about
category error?
You're talking a different kind of dualism. Substance dualism is not the same thing as the dualism of like Eastern philosophy.
Well, I'm saying it's not. You're naming out different types of philosophy.
You guys are
I just
monisters,
threw
right?
non-dualism out there. It's not idealism either. You know, it's something different.
Well, there's two kinds of dualism in this context anyway. You're talking about the yin and the yang, the light and the dark, the positive and the negative, contrasting forces. We're talking about substances. There's either the physical and the ethereal, or there's just the physical, or just the conceptual, I guess, for a better word. So that's why I call category error there. But
okay, look at this. The screen share I have here. This is a survey of philosophers, and it says external world, idealism, skepticism, or non-skeptical realism. Accept or lean toward non-skeptical realism. 81.6%. I think that that's kind of strange to me. I wonder if that means like, almost sounds like naive realism. But I'm not sure what that means. But anyway,
external world idealism.
External world : and then it has the choices: idealism, skepticism, or non-skeptical realism. I'm actually not that well versed in philosophical terms, much as I would like to make people believe.
I
This
I
probably
fly
has,
by the seat of my pants.
yeah, same here. Pretty much. Idealism explains skepticism, non-skeptical realism. This is Greek for that shit's real, true dat. The world exists, we ain't skeptical about it. It appears that margin, most philosophers adhere to this position. This is so wrong. No. Suppose there's a difference between what one pragmatically believes and what one can prove is knowledge. We pragmatically believe that there's a real world out there, that the correspondence theory of truth is well true. Oh, what is it?
Okay,
saying?
yeah, but idealism doesn't say that there's not a real world out there. There's the two variant forms, but
Yeah.
well, not just two variant forms, but one says that the idealism is outside of yourself, the other is internal. I take a hybrid view myself. I think that God gives a completely objective external reality, but our internal reality is inextricably interwoven with that, and the way we interact with that, I mean, it is on the level of like the ones and zeros on a hard drive.
Oh yeah. Okay. Let's go back to this. It says here. I'll highlight it. On the other hand, objective idealists make claims that about a trans-empirical world, but simply deny that this world is essentially divorced from or ontologically prior to the mental. Bishop George Berkeley was big on reviving this movement from an anti-realist stance. As Wiki states, comparing the positions, as a rule, transcendental idealists like Kant affirm idealism is an epistemic state without committing themselves to whether reality is ultimately mental. Objective idealists like Plato affirm reality's metaphysical basis in the mental or abstract without restricting their epistemology to ordinary experience. And subjective idealists like Berkeley affirm both metaphysical and epistemological idealism.
Yeah, I would definitely be a transcendentalist idealist. Most of Kant's arguments really take root with me. I've really sided with Kant on most things. And
I just hate the agnosticism.
Wait, hold on a second. What were you saying, Justin?
I just hate his agnosticism about ultimate reality. I think, well, I guess if you say
I don't think that Kant I don't think Kant was an agnostic at all. I just think. Oh, go ahead.
He said that the noumenal reality is something totally outside of our conception or ability to even talk about or know. And the phenomenal
the Tao of which we speak is not the Tao.
Right.
And I agree with him there. That's why I talk about that center of gravity. We're never at the core. We never set course for the heart of the sun, but we're always trying to, and we get closer and closer, and we can discuss that. But, I mean, as far as, like,
Eric.
Is this true? I can't. I can only talk in degrees. I can't say that absolutely yes, this is true. The only thing that I can say this is true is that there is a God, and I am not him.
But can you say absolutely that 2 + 2 = 4?
In my understanding.
I guess I have much more faith in that a priori than you do. Interesting.
No. I think it's a reasonable understanding. I just think that there's room for skepticism as to the necessity of that rule, and I think that experiential reality is the biggest argument for that. But when you say 2 + 2 = 4, we're talking in terms, and we're getting back to Plato here. Whereas, is 2 an actual thing apart from describing a couple of other different things? 2's not an actual thing. So what are we talking about when we say 2? We're defining something. We're qualifying it, quantifying it even. But the idea of absolute truth, well, that's not absolute truth. That's true for you. And that's the problem, is it's an existential truth.
when you talk about absolute truth, you need to have a form of the truth that's apart from yourself, that doesn't need to be recognized by yourself to actually be by virtue of its own existence. And that's the problem that we have, is we can't recognize that apart from conceptualization. And that's what I'm trying to tell you, is that 2 is a conceptualization, plus is a conceptualization, equals is a conceptualization. They're not the truth. They're a vision of the truth.
You're not taking Taoism to its natural conclusion. You're putting exceptions in there and everything.
Okay.
Like you're saying, the Tao that the Tao that you say is not the Tao, the eternal Tao, the way. It's not the eternal way. The name that you name is not the eternal name.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, but you're not. But idealism. It's idealism, and you're not saying no. But it's not the idealism. It's something else. You're trying to pin it down to being mind, but it's not mind.
Okay, I can do better than that.
Can you?
Yes, I can. Here's how I would say it. There's this thing, okay? And by thing, what I mean, it is a reality, something that exists. The nature of it, let's leave that off for now. My experience of that touches upon many points of that. And my description of that experience reflects that, but that's not the experience itself. And even the experience itself is not the thing itself. You see the levels of abstraction that we get to. You can touch the water, but your feeling of touching the water is not you actually touching the water.
Do you know what you just said, though? You cannot reach the Tao through logic, through thinking. You reach it through resting.
Yeah, absolutely. That's why I've been drawn
the stillness
to
of the mind.
before. Yeah.
Mind like water.
But that stillness of the mind can take a lot of different forms, and I think the idea that the stillness of a mind is quiet is a confusion of categories. I think a still mind can be alive with the echoes of many voices.
I don't think so.
No, because a still mind isn't speaking; it's listening.
There's a difference between Eastern philosophy and Western philosophy.
Wait. I don't think you're understanding what I said, Vince. A still mind isn't speaking; it's listening. And that's why it's filled with all the echoes of many voices.
Echoes are concepts.
Because those voices are coming from the outside, and it's receiving rather than giving. So a still mind that's at peace is receiving that which is coming to it, and there's no shortage of things to receive.
I would call that talking to yourself.
No, I would say that's listening.
No, you're listening to yourself, yeah, sure. You have a lot of concepts floating around your head. Oh, that's very interesting, God.
If your mind is closed, I guess that's the difference between a closed mind and an open mind. A closed mind can have nothing but its own self to listen to, but an open mind hears all the other things that are in the ether.
Are you sure?
Only certain frequencies resonate.
I'm not
so your pineal gland is going blah, 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 blah.
I can't claim infallibility as far as differentiating between the two, but I would say that I'm pretty sure that there's a lot of things to be heard if you're willing to hear them.
You can open up your mind so far that it falls out.
True.
Your brain just falls out. Daniel?
That's the crucial.
No, I'm speaking from years' experience. We're one, right? So I can
do some more acid, dude. Do some more acid.
Do some more acid. Okay. And a result. So I would say that subjectivity is truth, and it says I'm reading this from Wiki. One of Kierkegaard's recurring themes is the importance of subjectivity, which has to do with the way people relate.
All right, I'm on this one now.
Truth,
I can't hear you guys yet. Give me a second.
Dude, you're talking over him.
This is why I didn't say anything.
Your existential conversation crashed my app, dude.
Oh, well.
Are you done, Eric? Let Daniel talk.
Nah, whatever. I don't have much to say.
Oh shit! Totally turned them off.
Exactly.
I finally, when you got on last time, I realized you were right about being an introvert and all that. I didn't believe you because you were all like hyperactive on Facebook, and I was like, "You're totally an extrovert." And then when you got on, you're just kind of like inserting something every once in a while, and then half tone. Okay, this is awkward now. What's going on there?
Alright,
You guys want to hear something
Is
great?
somebody vacuuming?
I just heard that conversation twice, about 45 seconds apart, including my own words.
Okay.
Yeah, the iPhone app crashed and kept transmitting, and I'm sitting here working, and I'm listening to you shit talking and stuff, and I'm trying to respond, and I'm thinking I'm being rather witty, and I'm wondering why I can't hear it. I hate everybody. The world sucks.
He's just gonna shut it all down.
I hate everything about you.
I have this is a puddle of mud in my head.
Puddle of mud. Oh my god.
He fucking hates me. Na 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 na.
Such a catchy song, but it's like it drives me nuts, and it gets so easily stuck in your head. Oh
Yeah,
god.
that's what makes money.
That's my whole purpose here. It's not the wax philosophicals that get songs stuck in your head.
All right, so Justin, where are we gonna go theologically? Come on, rope us in here, buddy. Save
Well,
the
wait.
day.
I think, shouldn't we let Daniel finish his thought process?
No.
Of course
He's
not.
done. He doesn't want to do it anymore.
All right, Daniel, talk.
Okay.
I was just reading something, but I don't
Well,
even
then
remember.
screw you then.
I'll read it. Read it.
I just said one of Kierkegaard's recurring themes is the importance of subjectivity, which has to do with the way people relate themselves to objective truths. In concluding unscientific postscripts to philosophical fragments, he argues that subjectivity is truth. Truth is subjectivity. What he means by this is that most essentially truth is not just a matter of discovering objective facts. While objective facts are important, there's a second and more critical element of truth, which involves how one relates oneself to the matters of fact. Since how one acts is, from the ethical perspective, more important than any matter of fact, truth is to be found in subjectivity rather than objectivity. And then he also talks about criticized aspects of philosophical systems that were brought on by philosophers such as Hegel. Before him and the Danish Hegelians, he was also indirectly influenced by the philosophy of Immanuel Kant. He measured himself against the model of philosophy which found in Socrates, and which aims to draw one's attention not to explanatory systems, but rather to the issue of how one exists. Just different perspective at times.
What was that very last line there? I guess the very end.
He measured himself against the model of philosophy which he found in Socrates, which aims to draw one's attention not to explanatory systems, but rather to the issue of how one exists.
Okay, got it. Yeah, I actually agree with him a lot, and especially there. And this is a point like we bring up a lot, is that even when a scientist is empirically observing, his experiments, those are all experiences. And they may be regular and predictable and all that, but that ultimately is subjective, and that gets back to what I was saying too. I completely agree with that point.
But doesn't the fact that we all experience the same thing make it like that's how we know it's objective? That it's not based on my personal experience, right? Like, so
does an objective fact save you? Yeah, I mean, is Jesus the ultimate subject, or is he an ultimate object? Is God an ultimate subject, or is the ultimate object? And what does knowing something actually do for you if you don't relate it?
That's not really objective, though. It's the sum of all subjective our experiences is what you're talking about, really, more than objective.
Yeah, here's a really interesting thing, is that science will tell you, actually, that everybody has their own individual experience that aren't completely isomorphic. In other words, they don't completely like sync up perfectly. So like if you take the ladder paradox, I'd actually have to look it up again to. But basically, it's like people have different perceptions. Like you have this guy running with a huge ladder. Actually, I should probably look it up because I will probably recount this really badly. But
what I was seeing, and maybe when there's a moment here, I can just repeat the question and try to do it better, is that so all our learning experiences, yes, are subjective, but because different subjects continue to experience it, and like doesn't that make like the actual experience itself, like what we are experiencing, objective, right? So I'm not the only one experiencing a conversation with Justin right now. Other people are experiencing Justin as existing. Therefore, I can conclude that Justin objectively exists. And he's not just a figment of my imagination. It's not just my subjective experience of him. It's not just an hallucination, right? And then same with like light waves. So we all may experience blue light differently, but we know that the blue light wave exists objectively. Whether like we may experience the color or quality of blue differently, we know that that light wave objectively exists. And so there may be a subjective difference. Because each subject experiences it, we know that that experience is real. Like, it exists objectively.
But your experience of the blue light depends on whether it's moving away from you or towards you, the Doppler effect. So is it actually blue, or is it red, or is it some other color, you know?
Right. Well, I just meant like that light wave objectively exists.
I think you guys must.
Right. So I mean, we all may have a different quality of that light, right? Maybe what's blue to me might be blue to you differently, like the way that you perceive blue to be. But what we know is that that light wave objectively exists, regardless of how we each subjectively experience it, because we each subjectively experience it. At least that's one, right? Does that make
right? I'm not stuck in a solipsism. I'm not stuck in a tunnel and saying you guys are a figment of my imagination. I'm saying that objective truth only takes us so far. Objective facts are important, but there's more important, crucial element to the truth, and that involves how you relate to yourselves to those objective facts. I mean, that's basically existentialism. I mean, that's what I'm trying to get at. I'm not trying to deny objective reality. I'm saying it does not answer the deep philosophical questions, and I think that's what Socrates was even getting at, and that's why Kierkegaard did this re-examination.
Well, I wasn't making the assertion necessarily.
No. I know, but I just wanted to at least clarify that.
Right. My thing was just more towards. I can't remember how Justin worded it now, but when Justin was just talking about how each, like when we talk about science and experiments, they're each just subjective experiences of that one experiment. And my point was like, well, perhaps, but because each subject, it is reproducible, this experiment, right? And we can quantify how each subject will experience that, and so we know that that experiment is producing an objective truth because multiple subjectives are having the same experience.
And my overall point is
statistics.
Science does not answer the important questions like why am I here, what is my purpose. I mean, that's the whole point of philosophy.
Yeah, in a general way, we do have the same experiences, or they're integrated together, but in a very technical sense, they are different, and they are. I mean, just the fact that we're even if no matter how close our bodies are still how close we're standing together. If we're not looking from the exact same vantage point. It's kind of like that, but amplified even in more dimensions than that. I mean, and actually, let me show you this ladder paradox thing because it's kind of interesting. And it'll help a little bit, maybe. Ladder paradox is a famous thought experiment that shows why you can fit objects into spaces that are too small for them, and also why you can't, depending on your perspective. Relativity doesn't real number under faith and reality. Although we can think of reality as objective, there are special cases that prove it's nothing of the kind. Let's say you have a ladder and you have a garage. You never put a ladder in the garage because the ladder is too long. You either have to open the front door and let the end of the ladder hang out into your driveway, or the back door, and let the other end of the ladder spill out into your backyard. One day, your friend Albert says that he can put your ladder inside your garage, albeit briefly. You see, as objects approach relativistic speeds, they undergo length contraction. So if you're sitting in your garage and Albert, who's an old guy but has a good set of legs, and I just realized that it's like Albert Einstein, runs through. As he runs through, the ladder will appear to be shorter than it is when it's standing still. If you have a garage door opener that closes both doors simultaneously and quickly, the ladder will fit inside. You think about it and decide there's a problem. If Albert's running right alongside the ladder, from his point of view, the ladder isn't moving, but the garage is. Since the garage is moving past him, it will be undergoing a length contraction and be even shorter. The ladder won't fit at all. You decide to test it out. You'll sit in the garage, and just as Albert runs through, you will shut both doors at the same time. Then you'll open them back up again at the same time so Albert doesn't run into the door. This should allow you to see if the ladder fits. You go through the experiment, and amazingly, the ladder fits. When you meet up with Albert outside, he asks why you didn't close both doors simultaneously. You tell him that you did, and he says you didn't. You're right, he says. The garage was way too short. The only reason why the ladder didn't crash into the doors is they didn't close at the same time. The door to the backyard closed first as he was approaching it. The ladder hung out into the driveway. Just as he was going to crash into the back door, it opened again. The ladder started moving out into the backyard, and just as it cleared the door to the driveway, that door closed and then opened again. At no point, says Albert, was the ladder completely in the garage with both doors closed. As it turns out, both of you had a completely different experience due to both length contraction and relative simultaneity. If you're standing equidistant from two light bulbs connected to the same switch and someone flips that switch, you'll see both light bulbs going on at the same time. Someone standing next to one light bulb and far from the other will see the one near them come on, then later the other one come on. There's no way to say which one is first. Nothing travels faster than light, not even door molecules, and you get the picture. So if you caught all that, basically it's depending on your vantage point, the experience, even as a so-called objective sense, will be different. So I guess what I was going to ask you is like what I was saying earlier. What do you mean by objectivity? Because there could be a few different ideas kind of packed into what your idea of objectivity is.
Right. So I mean, I don't really know, I suppose. I mean, so obviously a couple people here are existentialists, and I was trying to wrap my head around what Stan was saying earlier, and it just seemed a little, I don't know. So I guess when I say objective, I mean outside of myself, right? So whether I am here or not, whether I experience this plane of existence, it exists, right? Earth exists, people exist, like, and it's not dependent upon me as a subject. There are things outside of me that will continue to exist when I cease to exist. So they are objectively they are objective in their existence.
Right. Yeah. That's what I kind of figured you meant, and so that doesn't preclude that like the greater reality is a subject, a person, God. Just means it's outside of us. But a materialist would say that the external reality is outside any kind of personhood or subject or mind or anything like that. And that's partly what I was trying to clarify before, is that, like, say, Kant would say that all of space-time is like a construct of our human minds, and that it's a universal subjectivity. But it's not objective. The objective would be the reality we can't even conceive of, the noumenal. And so it's like there's a difference between absolute and objective and relative and subjective and stuff like that. Something can be universally, like, absolutely true and subjective at the same time.
Well,
That's the mind trip of
I might
philosophy.
after hearing that, I might actually take one more step. So not only is the objective reality not dependent upon my subjective experience of it, but it's not dependent upon any other human's subjective experience,
Right.
or the collective human experience either. If all humans ceased to exist, if we became extinct, the Earth would still exist, whether a human being is experiencing it or not. It's an objective reality. Now that's not to preclude. Now I guess obviously I'm talking vis-a-vis humans, right? That's not to preclude the idea that all the pantheism, that the whole of creation is a part of God, but even then I wouldn't go to that extent where maybe people say like the universe is God experiencing Himself and learning. I would not definitely go there.
I would actually, with a corollary there, I would say, or qualifier, that the world is a part of the creation, is an outflow of the of Trinitarian relations. So in a sense, you could say that is God experiencing God. I was going to say too, my view of reality is sort of like we each have our individual experiences, and along with whatever supernatural agents there are, and God is like the mind that knows all of these experiences. That's kind of where I'm at, and it some of it puzzles me. Like, sorry, well, like the whole ladder paradox and everything. It's kind of strange to me, and I don't have everything totally worked out, but it seems to me that like that's basically what it is. Like it's God is experiencing all experiences, sort of. I'm getting a little backed up.
Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about the idea that I don't know, like, because I mean I've heard like the Eastern ideal that like we are God experiencing Himself kind of thing, and maybe it's just what you say sounds familiar or similar to that. That makes me hesitant, but I I don't know, I would definitely have a definitive energies and essence distinction between everything. So like that God is definitely there's a part of Him that's definitively distinct from the creation. Um, and so creation is dependent upon Him. Creation extends from Him. Um, we definitely experience His energies, but there is an essence of God that is definitively distinct.
Oh yeah, I totally agree with that.
Okay, so I don't know. It's just the idea that I don't know that we or this experience is God kind of experiencing Himself. I don't know. Like maybe I don't. It just seems so. I don't know.
Well, what I meant was that like the Scripture says that God created the world through the Son. So if we go back to the Trinity, the eternal relationship of the Trinity, God is the Father perfectly gives all of Himself to the Son. The Son gives all of Himself to the Father, and this relationship is instantiated in the Spirit, the third person. And so it's like God creates the universe through the Son, and the Son will give all things back to the Father. The verses about Him subjecting all things under His feet, and then He gives it back to the Father. And so, in that sense, and this is a bit what George MacDonald is big on too, talking about the cosmos is like a part of the Trinitarian relationship. It's not outside of God; it's an intimate part of their giving back and forth to each other.
Hey guys,
They're totally transcendent.
Hey, I'm gonna have to bow out for the night. I got some stuff I gotta do.
Okay, cool.
So it's been great talking to you guys, and I've been listening in, and I'll look forward to reviewing everything tomorrow. But you guys have a great night, all right?
Good night, Eric with a K.
Good night.
Later.
That's what I was gonna say, Vince.
I'm getting pretty tired, and I don't know. I mean, I was trying to hold out for Matthew, but
What is it?
Yeah, I
Like
guess
it's kind of
8:30
bored.
there? I mean, come on.
Huh?
What is it, like 8:30 there? Come on now.
Yeah, it is, but well,
Is it really 8:30? Dude,
I've
I
been kind of
started.
under the weather this past week.
I
You tell me
started
my
at 8:30.
mucus and everything that it's dredging up here.
I started at 8:30, Justin.
It's been 3 hours, I guess, huh? Yeah.
Oh, I was late to the party. Woo, party.
Cowabunga.
Go
I don't know. I don't even know what to talk about next. I was alive.
I would like to ask you a few questions if you don't mind.
Sure.
Sometimes I'm not always able to grasp exactly what you're saying. I was wondering if you could speak to monism and exactly like, are we thoughts in God's head in your view, or like what the heck, what material exists, if any at all, or what are we made up of, and are we just like ideas in God's head? Is that, I mean, what is the mono thing, substance, piece of whatever? I don't know. Could you speak to that a little bit before you leave?
Yeah. So, like I was saying before, going back to the Trinity, what can we say that God is? God is really beyond our comprehension. Even when we talk about pure experience or consciousness, just even the silence of the mind, there's still an I. Like the experiencer is the I, and we can't know ourselves fully any more than our eyeballs can roll back to perceive themselves. Oh, yay, Matthew! But we can't. So like I was saying, your eyeballs can't roll back to see themselves. My wife's laughing at me now. I can't even talk. Matthew, I was saying I'm feeling a little under the weather, so I might leave in a little bit. But I was glad that you came on for that. But
that the beard is.
Eric's gone for the night too. But Eric with a C is on Wandering Pilgrims account. And I think. Huh?
I am on the Wandering Pilgrims account. However, I have no idea how to end the like when this gets to the point of ending. How does one end it so it gets saved and uploaded?
Oh. Well, I'm not sure. Maybe we should chat Eric up and then see what he says.
Okay. But I mean, also, I don't even know.
Probably on a magical.
Like, I'm not sure how long Matthew's wanting to stay in for this chat. If he's if he's just not joining, and if he wants to have a good conversation with some of the other people in here. I mean, I could try to stick around for a little bit longer, but I don't.
We don't have to break any records.
Yeah.
Yeah. Totally.
It is perfectly okay to have a normal, peaceful night. That's probably not going to happen, but it's still okay.
Nah, mine's shot.
Okay, so getting back to what I was saying is that basically, I don't think we can know what the substance is directly of like all reality. It's what we would say immaterial, but it's like what I was saying is like we can't directly observe ourselves fully. There's always that observer behind all experiences, and ultimately that goes back to God. And so to actually say what that substance is, like all our language about God is analogical. It's like basically analogy to communicate concepts. We're kind of seeing the streaming force, like if you put white light through a prism and you see all the colors, we're seeing all the colors. We're not necessarily seeing the pure white light. So to actually say what it is, I don't know, but I would say that in order for anything to be, it has to participate in God's being. And maybe Matthew could branch off of this too, because he might be more articulate about this. Daniel's basic question was, if monism is true and God is sustaining all reality, what is the substance that we are made of, basically? Is it God's thoughts?
What is the
what are we as individuals made out of?
Yeah, and I think he meant all reality too, but he said...
Are we thoughts in God's head then, or... I'm trying to understand your system here.
Okay.
Well, God doesn't
I like the thought experiment of it. That doesn't mean, like, I buy into it wholeheartedly or anything like that, but I do like philosophical thought experiments.
It's a Socrates thing, or Aristotle. I think it's Socrates that said, like, that you can entertain a thought. But the substance that we are made of...
Or what is monistic? It's just thought, ideas, a form?
Well, as near as I can put it, it's isness. Like, that's just that's just kind of the best way to put it in English. I mean, it's
capital B being.
Well, we are beings, and then being gives us to be. So it's not. It's kind of like asking the question, "What is made of?" It just sort of folds back on itself. It our existence is substanced by that which predicates the very reality in the verb to be. I mean, that's about as simple as I can get it. It's not so much like being made of atomic bits that are called this is isness material. It's that it's almost like it's just the way that I said it, really. I mean, the language grid doesn't quite allow for saying,
Sure.
you know, like, this is made of this.
Yeah, I think that's what I was getting at, is that we can't perceive it directly in total purity, because we can like, I guess we can experience and conceptual or like apprehend pure being, but we can't do that for like God in His totality. So it's like,
So are you idealists now? Or are you isists?
Yes.
Depends on what your definition of is. So, sorry.
Yeah, where's the ideas, man?
But ideas and aesthetic reality, everything would flow out of that. And I would not say that God is less than all that. He is more than all that, and somehow all of that is one.
I think that it's important to understand how idealism is being defined. It's not so much like, are you isists, or, because that's a strange term, or are you idealists? It's the idealism, as I've always held it, has basically said that I kind of got it from Keith Ward, is that there are two kind of like principal ontologies that are at contest right now. Materialism, or some cognate idea, and idealism, some cognate idea. And basically it's, where do you put what do you put in primacy? You know, what is the cause of what? Is material the cause of our sensual like nature, our conscious of consciousness, of ideas, of forms, or qualia, intellect, things like that? Like some idea of atoms bashing in the void makes you have blue, or is it that at bottom there is form, there's intellect, there's experience, and things like that, stuff related to the nous, or the psyche, you know, in the old Greek sense, or you know, consciousness and things like that in the new sense. Is that what is the cause of the effect that is some kind of material-esque looking or seeming universe, or even in the case of my sort of idealism, I would guess, which I think Justin would also resonate with, is that at bottom you have this intellectual, well, this intellect, the intellect, and the consciousness, like in the deepest sense, this unitive, active nous, like in the Greek, that Greek idea that is a little bit hard to explain. That is like, it's the ground in which all of this takes form. That shape and color and the experience of solidity or stuff like that, the idea of things, gets its coherence together and inheres, and you have things instantiated that are possible, like cups.
I have a question. What was I going to say? But I'll come back to me.
I think that something that is important in kind of getting one's head around these notions is that it's idealism in some ways is a post-Cartesian return to pre-Cartesian ideas, because we do have a very post-Cartesian mindset where we tend to think of things either as ghosts in the shell or as atoms in the void, and we tend to keep the atoms in the void grid, even if we blur atoms to the point to where they are just where that grid is no longer functional as a mental substrate to think about things.
Matthew, do you believe that God can be reached through the intellect, or you have to cease the mind? You have to be still and know that I am God. If it's something below intellect, then is it idealism anymore, or is it something deeper than the mind?
Now, could you repeat that for me? I'm still waking up, I promise.
Okay. Basically, conceptualizing the intellect. You're putting barriers and objects and concepts in between you and what is the divine. It's when you're still, the mind stills, that you touch the divine, or can communicate, or you can realize it's there.
Okay, I think I understand.
So it's something below the intellect. It's something deeper. It's something that doesn't require intellect in some ways.
Well, I would want to.
That sounds very Eastern to me, which I kind of.
The way I'm processing that is that it looks like a three-tiered kind of question. So I'll try to answer each part as best I can. I say 3 because that gives me margin.
Can I leap in and give my really short answer?
Mm-hmm.
Basically, I would say that the intellect, or kind of reason that basically Aquinas talked about the negative way, which is canceling out all thoughts which could not be said of God. So it's basically kind of a way of unlearning and undoing back to pure simplicity. That's the way I would look at it, and I'll let Matthew talk now.
Well, let's see. The three-tiered kind of way that I'm approaching this is that I'm hearing, first of all, like a certain definition of intellect that I'm not sure I'm holding to with this. Hold on, I'm a little bit distracted by something. I'm trying to move it off. It's not helping. Okay. The first question is, okay, is there something deeper than the intellect, which is actually God, like the experience of God? Is that a fair summary of that?
I call it the divine, or whatever you want, Tao, or God, if you want to call it. Yeah.
Just using God as the general term for
Sure.
that which is of supreme value, the ground and of being, stuff like that. The divine. And so, is the divine deeper than the intellect? Well, like Justin, I would go with a both and on this kind of thing, because if we're talking about a definition of intellect which is dealing with the human instantiation of it, human here referring just generally to rational animals, which are by nature not identical directly to the divine, but are individuals in themselves, things like that, creatures. then in that case there probably is something that would be deeper than our intellect or our immediate understanding, but it would be deeper in a way that is interpenetrative with that understanding, because even if we don't at the time have a language for understanding or giving body to what we understand intuitively, our reason has, I think, in modern psychology, kind of been divorced from our sense of understanding intuitively, because it is so bound up with being able to articulate it. You can understand with reason a kind of ineffability, because it sort of follows through just engaging who we are as rational beings. It's like when you have an experience and it's ineffable, but somehow, even though you can't quite express it through the linguistic grid, you do have a sense of understanding it. There is the aha. It's like, I get this. I can't say it. It's a little bit like love, in a sense. I mean, the cliche example is, it's like, I don't know how to when I say things like, I don't understand why she's so pretty, blah blah blah. It's really a way of saying, I understand, I just can't put it into words, and I will probably spend thousands of pages trying to put it into words, because nothing quite captures the essence of the moment that I'm having here. So our reason is caught up with the depth of an experience, even when we don't have the words to explain it. That's why, like in my case, and kind of following a little bit after the tradition of the ones that made the creeds, is that when there is something that is a revelation about the divine nature, even if one doesn't have the words for them at the moment, one can over time learn how to create them, and things go in depth. That's kind of a way of unifying heaven and earth, is unifying idea with words, like with language. There's a magic to it, and it's beautiful. That's how poetry is made. And that's the first tier. The second tier question, which is kind of goes along with the other one, is that the intellect, like that I'm using in the sense here, is capital I intellect. And that's not just like the animal reasoning ability of like, okay, like, if I combine this quantity and that quantity, I get a quantity that is equal to the sum of both. That's just logical, or that sort of thing. I'm talking about something that's a little bit more like the act of understanding, the very act of knowing. Things like that. It's down kind of at the very deep level, where in a way the experiencing and the being still, the nirvanic feel almost, also dwells with, in unity, what it's like to be wise. Things like that. It's kind of like the fountainhead of everything that makes things meaningful, makes things have their sense, makes things have their knowability, their intelligibility, but also the fountainhead of that which makes things have their divine value, in their nirvanic sense of like, this is peace, and it is known as peace, it is taken in as peace, it's participated in peace. and this fountainhead is self-participating in that kind of way. And along with the first thing, it's understood. I understand it anyway, at least to the best of my current ability, but it is a little bit ineffable. It's where words are being created to help express this, like the intellect, which is what it was before, and then that word just kind of morphed into like the general logical divorce from emotional ability to reason out, in the post-Cartesian sense. And then the third tier, I guess, kind of rolls in back on itself in that way, is that it's not so much that one is deeper than the other, it's that one is a way to itself, almost. It's the fountainhead that's in relation to its own existence. And we get to participate in that, and we get to know what is beyond knowing in a kind of way. And that's a little bit of an Eastern notion, but I guess this is kind of not a paradox, but maybe a touch like a Zen column. I think I'm using that right.
Like the Buddhist monks, a lot of them go through a lot of training and a lot of reading of scripture to get to this original childlike state. So in some ways it is very intellectual, but basically all they're learning is how to unlearn.
In a kind of way, it's getting to the verity of the thing. The intellect is that which engages with verity, in a sense, and even that is not quite what it, because the word engage kind of gives a picture of something kind of messing with something outside of itself. It's a bit like the intellect is that which I need a word for it.
Just invent one. You're a philosopher.
That's kind of what I'm trying to do. It's like auto-participatory with verity. It's
with a capital A.
Yeah, it's like I did it.
It's funny. I was just thinking as you were saying that, it's like we automatically participate in a very kind of sensory fashion in the verity of things, the truth, like what happens, and but that doesn't necessarily make us intellectual because like animals do it and stuff. But I think the intellect, we talk about God as the logos and like the harmonious order of all things. He creates harmonious order.
What about the other aspects? Don't we have pathos, ethos? What about those aspects?
Well, yeah. That's part of the harmonious order.
Well, it's like I think that this is why a lot of things are put into picture-image form, because that's a linguistic grid that makes things easier to describe. But like, if I were to describe what I mean by the intellect here, if you could think of verity like as an ocean, as the ocean of existence, it is what it is to swim within itself. The self-swimming ocean.
It's like what Matt
Verity self-swimming, as it were.
talks about.
Those Russian dolls.
Well, I mean,
Not like that.
not quite like that. It's like because
Turtles
it's
all the way down. Come on.
it's so very holistic, is what it is. It's that
Holistically, turtles.
it's not so much like pieces nested within pieces as it is that it is a unity.
It is and is.
That's English happening for you. It's it's a unity. Verity is in unity with itself, because truth is true to its own being.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like Matt McTeague's terms, he talks about like, I think he calls it self-transparent
Yeah,
experience. Huh?
yeah, it's self-transparent. That's beautiful image.
Yeah, it's like if you, I don't know, for some reason in my mind I picture it like, what's even the word for it? The semi-transparent sheets that have certain color to them.
I think
You
that's
put
like,
over light. It's like
not opaque, is it?
Translucent?
translucent, yeah. But that doesn't really totally get at what I'm trying to say. It's sort of like the experience is known in itself. Like, you just know what greenness is. It's the ineffable thing, like, where you can't explain what to someone blind from birth what a color is actually like. It's just something you have to experience from the inside out, and it's just known in that way in itself.
It's kind of like with the idea of the forms in general, or like abstract objects. It's due to the nature of something like blueness or triangularity. You can't really like you can't really look at something that is not triangularity, like and derive a definition towards it. You encounter the definition, and you are informed by it. That's the way it works in our case, and that's the same way with experience. It's a bit like form self-informing.
Hey, would anybody be willing to sign in under the Wandering Pilgrims
You
account?
Buzzily.
Yeah, I'm sticking my head out, and I just want to know if somebody else would be willing to end the broadcast when it's over. But you have to be signed into the Wandering Pilgrims account.
I'm going to bed myself right now anyway. Goodbye.
What'd you say?
What's that?
I said I'm going to bed.
Yeah, how many want to continue? Because I was about to maybe leave.
I'm gonna go play guitar.
I know
Well,
you just got
okay.
here now, but,
Well, if you guys want to, I can give a couple more minutes if you guys want to wrap up some thoughts, and I'll hang around and listen, and then I can end it still.
I was just going to.
I didn't mean to interrupt and just
Oh,
call
that's
the podcast end. I'm sorry.
I was basically done with that sentence anyway.
Okay.
I mean,
I'm so dedicated to this subject anyway.
There's something I would like to say, but I don't know. I don't want to extend things out too far. There's an interesting concept that there's another existentialist philosopher like Paul Tillich talks about God above God and God being the ground of being and being itself, and how when you try to make God some kind of being or demiurge, as Matthew likes to talk about, that you limit him in that sense. But I don't know. There's other things I like to say about that too, but yeah, it's getting late.
That sounds pretty similar to the stuff I've heard from David Bentley Hart. Just the idea that God is not a being among being. He is the ground and the source of all being. He's being itself, from which being extends.
if there's one thing that I absolutely despise in a lot of modern theology, and I use that just as an umbrella term, but especially among very low, anti-scholarly almost forms of American Protestantism, is that their emphasis on using the term God in a demiurgic fashion. They tend to literally, if not implicitly anyway, posit that God is this mega being among beings.
Yeah.
And this is why people leave the faith, because they grow up, is what it is. They grow up and they grow out of what is a very, just not even childish, very kindergarten kind of theology. Because it doesn't advance further than what people tend to leave it as is this kind of big ferryman in the sky
Mm-hmm.
who sort of pulls the right levers, and you get a universe, and 6 days later, out comes man. That kind of vision of, I mean, of course, that is what leads to a lot of the problems in New Atheism, because they're not even relevant to what real theology talks about, and they just cause havoc without even needing to. Because they're fighting against a kind of fundamentalism that is barely Christian to begin with in its theology. And I say that with all reservation, is that it's barely Christian because it's so thoroughly demiurgic.
Yeah, and it's not like kids can't grasp the concept of a classical theist God, because that's kind of the way I always viewed God. I may have, like, sometimes, you know, there might have been anthropomorphized thoughts come up in my mind and stuff like that, but for the most part, that's what God was like to me. It was well, my dad explained it early on, the essence of existence, you know.
It's
And
like
that's
it's like if I had that grid early on, I can only imagine where I would be spiritually about it.
Mm-hmm.
It would have been incredible because I didn't have that grid. I had to discover it for myself. You know, I didn't have the demiurgic view per se, like or I didn't have it like explicitly, but it was something that was imposed externally as an implicit idea on top of a layer of what is God, that question.
Yeah.
Would you guys have any recommended reading for anybody out there as far as like looking towards the ideal that God is not this great being among other beings, but really is being amongst like the ground of all being? I know Daniel mentioned somebody. I first heard that from David Bentley Hart. But have you guys? Is there anything a big thrust that you'd say these great thinkers or theologians is what I would look to, or writings of these people?
Okay, other than Hart and Tillich, I guess. Because
I
you
kind of
know
like.
Hart's book, The Experience of God, Being Consciousness and Bliss.
Yeah,
Anything by David
Really a
Bentley
good book
Hart.
for explaining it.
yeah.
Anything by David Bentley Hart. Edward Fesser is a good choice. He's very Thomistic in his way of doing things. I mean, he has pretty good stuff there. Keith Ward is pretty good. Like, he's got some pretty decent stuff. I looked into him, and let's see. I was trying to think of anyone else. I guess off the top of my head, while my memory is not quite up. But anyone like that.
Okay. Yeah, I just do want like I think it would be kind of helpful.
I would go with Tillich.
as we. Yeah. Paul Tillich, is that who it was, Daniel?
Yeah, I kind of like him.
Yeah, I just think it would be a good idea sometimes as we get into some of these topics or these deeper things of rethinking traditional American Christianity, or kind of shaking a foundation that exists here in America of even though we're saying we're shaking a new foundation and we're going back to the older, a pointing for other people, say, hey, like, go here, this is where you can like find things, this is who you should read, these are things that if this interests you or you're thinking about. Kierkegaard.
Of course.
But I have his spiritual writings book.
Cool.
But Matthew, I'm kind of curious, and maybe this would be a discussion for another hangout, or maybe just even you and I, like a private one sometime. I know you're a big fan of Hart, like I am myself, but also know you're a Thomist, and I've seen things. Hart speaking against Thomist thinking. I haven't heard a whole lot of his. I mean, most of his arguments I think are focused more narrowly into the Calvinist approach, but he kind of sums up like Calvin, Augustine, Thomist thought process all into one kind of trajectory, if you will. And I would be really curious to hear about your reconciliation of the two. Like, but yeah, I mean that could be something else for another time. But it was something. The idea of Thomism, being open to it, is something I've been being softened to over the last few months as I've seen you and Justin talk more and more about them. But before, I would just see that name, I would just utterly reject them, because as I left the very Western mindset of substitutionary theory atonement and how everything is very
that kind of thing. Okay.
right.
Like,
So
what I would
left that. Sorry, go ahead.
What I would want to say, sorry for interrupting, I want to get the thought out while I have it.
Yeah.
Is that two things are kind of going on, I think. Like, one, with David Bentley Hart and Thomism, I haven't looked into it very deeply, mostly because I just haven't had a lot of the time. I mean, to really, like, parse out to, like, because I think it's a big fight going on between Fesser and Hart right now. At least today was actually the first I heard of something like that.
Oh, you have to link me that later.
Wait.
It was on the Thomism group. Like, not like a brawl, but it might have started off with, like, Hart talking about how his dog has a soul, which I am all for. My dog has a soul.
Wait. I missed what you said. There's a battle between Hart and whom?
Fesser. Edward Fesser. Like,
And this is on
they're having intense dialogue back and forth. I guess. I just heard of it today. Over blogs mostly, like articles. I don't really have links for it. I literally just heard of it today, so I'm guessing that this is something that has been going on.
Yeah.
But the thing going on between them, I guess, like I just haven't had a need to reconcile their issues, because the way that this idea kind of falls into my mind is like, well, he's Eastern Orthodox, of course he's going to be a little bit different than a Roman Catholic on the matter, because Edward Fesser is Roman Catholic, as far as he is Roman Catholic. So I mean, it's not so much that they're like, they're at odds, they'll never meet. But of course, there's a flux of dialogue.
Yeah.
But and then the second tier with that is, like you mentioned, like a theory of atonement. Is that what I focus on when it comes to Thomism and such like that is I'm focusing majorly on the ontology, and then I'm focusing on a kind of that ontology, which is being a simple, and necessary, and it's the ground of existence, it's the act of existence, things like that. And in that grid, which is true even in Eastern Orthodoxy, is that God does not cease to be the one.
Yeah.
In that way. Everything else after that is sussing out what the logical conclusions are, discussing the implications, things like that, which Aquinas has a lot of a wealth to express and talk about, because he is intelligent. He is a doctor of the church.
Yeah.
Now, as to what, and of course, because he's a philosopher and he's a saint and all that, he's not to be taken as authoritative in the equal sense of Christ. So there's room for leeway. And because I'm not sure how I feel about substitutionary atonement the way that it's talked about, because my view of the atonement is explicitly Christus Victor, and it has logical conclusions that follow from that.
Yeah.
Which is, he has stood in our place, but he has stood in our place with us also. I mean, so it's not so much a substitutionary atonement, so much as it's almost like a cooperative
solidarity.
It's more than solidarity, almost. It's an outflow of the incarnation, and who we are as part of the body is that we're not like, he doesn't stand as substituting in our place. It's that he stands as the ground of us, with us, in place, going through, and therefore
I
we
think for me,
resurrect.
I think for me, like the biggest um, problem I would have with it, it would be like the penal section of the, making the thrust of the atonement purely a ledger change in a court, purely
Yeah.
thinking out of it in retributive justice terms.
I definitely like Christus Victor.
Penal
Definitely Christus Victor.
Penal substitution makes it can be made sensible, and it is sensible if it is taken not, I don't want to say literally, but it's like that is an image, that is a beautiful image that has application.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like,
But
if one
it's-
understands that the penalty of sin is death, then absolutely there's the penal substitutionary atonement, right? Like, if the penalty of sin is death, then
It
he
makes
stood in our
sense
place
as a
to
high,
take our death.
yeah. It makes sense as a high analogy.
I think it appeals to people when they personalize and they think about what Christ did for them, and it'll elicit a better response from people, and I don't know, make them feel all warm and fuzzy.
I don't know. Christus Victor makes me feel more warm and fuzzy and more personally sought after.
Christus Victor can contain within it a beautiful form of penal substitution or penal atonement, but I wouldn't want to put it as substitution.
I don't know if it's as
to
personally relatable sometimes. Maybe people can relate to people actually sacrificing themselves for others.
And it is
literal or
relatable.
figurative.
It's beautiful when it's expressed properly. The problem is that a lot of people, especially in American, American low churches, they're terrible at expressing a kind of penal substitution, because it's like God was so angry at specifically you that Jesus had to specifically be tortured terribly, and it's all your fault. You are a very naughty person.
Well, my biggest concern with it was the idea that
prayer, you're going to burn in hell.
My wife just claps in laughter at that.
Well,
it's like that's a terrible way of going about it. It's not even. It's so horrid. It is salesman tactics.
And when it's described in such terms, and as you said, in most low churches in America, it's, literally the story is Jesus saves us from the Father, right? The Father was so angry at you, but luckily Jesus.
He was so angry at you, he had to kill himself.
Yeah.
It is literally a bit like walking up to somebody with a sack full of puppies and saying, and by the way, every single one of these puppies just died.
When you masturbate, a kitten dies.
Because you are such a bad person. They're alive now, but only because God was nice.
Yeah.
And by the way, if you say this magical prayer, God will give you a brand new car. But only time.
Yeah. But hey, so to back up a little bit, the only reason I had brought up PSA was just relating it to Aquinas, and that when I began to move away from the ideal that Jesus saves us from the Father atonement, I also kind of was looking towards, okay, so how did this even become a theory within the church? And it does definitely find its origins in the substitutionary theory of atonement that Aquinas puts forth, and that God's honor was offended.
Anselm.
You're right. It did start with Anselm.
It just.
But anyways, I wasn't Anselm, but I thought maybe I'm wrong in this, but that Aquinas definitely furthered the judicial sense and teachings of it, and so I kind of just more or less put that line. I was like, okay, Anselm, Aquinas, Calvin. I'm not there, but then as I just hearing you and Justin speak on it, and then even Father Robert Barron, he loves Aquinas. He's a big Thomist, But even like his video about the atonement, he's like, yeah, I disagree with Aquinas on this one. But he's like, but just hearing him speak so highly of him, really just kind of challenged, I guess, some of those underlying assumptions. Because when I would hear like Hart just kind of throw Aquinas in there against his you know, speakings against Calvinism and divine like determinism, and he kind of just threw Thomism, Calvinism under the same bus. I was, he
Well,
just kind of went over me.
Calvinism in its way is kind of an out branch of the Thomistic idea, as far as I know, which I would fall under the Thomistic idea of salvation, but I do so as a universal reconciliationist. So it's
Yeah.
so it makes sense to me in light of that.
Yeah.
But
That wasn't quite.
yeah.
It's not quite determined. Well, there are
It's-
all kinds of branches of Calvinism too, but
Right.
it's not really deterministic. Like,
Calvinism seems to be like have taken the idea kind of to its extreme,
yeah.
and then Neo-Calvinism took it beyond the extreme. It's like
Yeah.
so,
Dude,
so
there's
you do have the
neo-Calvinists,
momentum.
dude. Like
There's something-
sometimes on Facebook, like some of those neo-Calvinists, dude, like I can't take it sometimes. Like
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I have to
It
remember,
can
like
be a
I follow
very-
Jesus, and that like the failings of people claiming His name should never be a reason to reject Christ. like it's a tough one sometimes to watch and see.
Neo-Calvinism is something that like Justin, you and I have run across it, like on that one board that Matt Slick was running.
Oh my
And
gosh.
that was
That
terrible.
Yeah,
I mean, I am not perfect or versed in nearly as well as I should be, but these are if you're going to claim to be an apologetic authority, then you should probably have the spiritual maturity to back it up. And I mean, and I say this as somebody who can go off on a tiff very easily, and have done so. You've been there.
Yeah.
But I literally did not know how to. We tried.
Yeah.
Dude,
We
the
literally
Arminian
tried to be as cordial as possible. But
there's no way.
when you have somebody that is literally trying, while denying that they are doing so, to provoke you,
Yeah.
so that they can gather
Evidence.
accusatory information to use against you to claim and proclaim that you are bearing bad fruit. I mean, what do you expect? It's like, what do you expect when you throw salt on the roots of a tree, and it doesn't, and it finally, does something that's not particularly nice? You can't,
Well,
you can't kick it off and
Arminianism,
expect it not to
Calvinism,
bite. What's
the
that?
Facebook group, the Arminianism Calvinism Facebook group. I mean, that one it's pretty bad too. I was in there for like a week or two, and I still see some of the posts. But dude, it's just like the neo-Calvinists. It's like if you're not a double predestination Calvinist, then you're automatically an Arminianist, and if you're an Arminianist, you're automatically a Pelagian. Like,
And if
every argument, every single argument is like Arminians or Pelagians, and Calvinism is the only true gospel.
From some of the, because there are some neo-Calvinists that are nice, like they are pleasant. Because you can be nice and still hold to certain beliefs, et cetera, et cetera. But the ones that are particularly vitriolic, it seems like every road leads to hell except for the narrow road through Calvin.
Yep.
And it's like, there's a problem here. There's a problem when you can look at somebody who is professing Christ, who confesses the creeds, who proclaims that Jesus came in the flesh and all of this, and that they declare the Trinity, they pray, they try to bear good fruit, they rely on the grace of God, and all of that. They are baptized. They're doing everything they possibly can from grace. But because they do not hold or assent to a specific collection of intellectual legal statements, Lord, Lord, they say, not everyone knows, and Christ will just spit you out because you're lukewarm or something like that, and it's like bollocks. For all of someone who thinks that that you have some great monopoly on who gets into heaven because Calvin got it right, however many years after Christ, apparently. Like, who's Peter? I have Calvin. And it's a bit like
1 Corinthians. I follow Peter. I follow Apollos. I follow Paul. I follow Jesus. He's like, you're all fools.
It's like It's like some kind of joke. It's like I can imagine a neo-Calvinist saying, "I follow Calvin, you follow Arminius," right into a ditch.
Yep.
It's like,
I'm still waiting to find the Calvinist that's like the one that holds the double predestination. It says, "I'm part of the elect to damnation." It's kind of funny
None
that
will ever
all of
say
them that believe that
That'd be funny.
God has decreed only the elect be saved. The atonement is limited; it goes to nobody else. They were elected to damnation. You get to meet somebody who goes,
Vessels of wrath.
yeah, I'm a vessel of wrath.
it's the favorite children's club.
It gives God glory, and I'm okay with it. The whole idea is that it's okay that there are vessels of wrath, that before the foundations of the world they were created strictly to be a vessel of wrath and go to hell, and that's okay because it gives God glory, because it shows His justice. But yet none of them will ever claim that position, that I'm a vessel of wrath, and upon receiving this wrath I give God glory, and I'm proud to say it. They're always vessels of mercy, always, every time. And I find it kind of curious that everybody else is a vessel of wrath.
I think that in some ways,
Kicking cats and ringing doorbells.
a lot of it almost seems like a way of, in a way, this is kind of a spiritual consequence of taking penal substitutionary atonement very far, to the point to where there's little need for purgative,
Mm-hmm.
like cooperation with God.
Yeah.
Is that you basically get diplomatic immunity
Yeah,
from
exactly.
sin, and it's like,
Yeah.
and then I say this is somebody who is in desperate need of cooperative purgatorial, sanctification, is that you don't get diplomatic immunity from sin. And if your entire Christian aim is diplomatic immunity from sin, you will never be a prince.
Yeah, it's like, I don't want holiness. I just want the title.
Which is anti-teleological. It is a wrongful use of God. And I say that in a very general way. It's witchcraft.
Yeah, basically.
That is witchcraft. That is the essence of witchcraft. It is. I mean, and I say that with all seriousness.
And they want to burn you at the stake.
I mean, if your entire theology centers around, I have said this incantation, I now have a get out of hell free card forever. And I'm not saying, once saved, always saved. That's impossible. You have to have works. But if your aim is not to cooperate with God in order to be holy, but is instead to finagle God into a legal contract to where, all right, I am no liabilities. You basically miss the mark. I mean,
you're doing it wrong.
You've done it wrong. Your aim is not to be shaped and renewed into the image of Christ. Your aim is to be Barabbas and get away with it.
Yeah. That was a
I
good
mean,
one.
that's basically what it is. It is to be Barabbas.
You can get away with it.
They
Yeah.
lost Barabbas.
Pretty much. It's
Anyway, I guess I'll clip out for the night. I was trying to find the word. I'm just blah. I was feeling sick this past week. I'm kind of.
if there's one thing I do hope out of all of those groups that are very vitriol, full of vitriol in their neo-Calvinism and in their like Arminianism even, because there are some. Basically, anyone whose position is to condemn other Christians who are fully Christian just because they are not intellectually assenting to something that isn't essential for their salvation, they need to
Does that
take their
include
mind.
philosophical views?
I've never condemned you.
What did you say?
I said, does that include philosophical views?
Oh, what did Matthew say?
I said I've never
He
condemned
said
you.
he's never condemned
Oh,
me.
yeah. All right, love you guys. Have a good night. Rest of the discussion.
Peace.
Love you, Justin. Be
All right, Eric.
See you, Justin.
good.
Well,
yeah,
Are you
as I
guys
was.
gonna stick around?
What's that?
Are you guys wanting to stick around?
I'll probably be leaving like really shortly.
Okay.
I was just hoping that they would learn
Good.
to
Yeah.
be good about themselves.
I let the guys who like to hear themselves talk, you know.
Mhm. Oh, I love to hear myself talk. I mean,
I like to hear yourself talk.
I like to hear yourself talk.
it's what I do. And I'm introverted, so it's like after a while I get tired of myself. It's like, okay, I need to leave now. And then I
Think
shut up.
I'm gonna go home now. Kinda tired. Think I'll go home now.
I'll probably be off as it
My
is.
name's Forrest Gump.
Still, I do hope, because it is a form of rebellion when you condemn another Christian.
Radical freedom.
Like, it is, because it is, in a way, directly to seat oneself on the judgment throne and proclaim that one is above God's own judgment.
Hear, hear.
And that is devilry, like, in its very essence.
I agree.
To be accusatory and to
Why, you're
try
all
and
going
take
to
the
hell.
judgment throne of God. I can't think of anything that is more devilish than that. Like, other than outright devilry, you know. But it's unhealthy, and it's a disease that in the faith that needs to be dealt with. And I'm not saying like all neo-Calvinism is a disease. I'm not talking about the people. It's just the bad fruit that comes from A, accusing other Christians when they are Christian, and B, proceeding to damn them literally because they are not C, your favorite interpretation of Calvinism or whatever. It's
We could do it for fun, right?
maybe. I guess it's the intention behind it. But
What about the rabid open theists like Chris Fisher?
I will not damn him.
You
But
will-
open theism is open theism is something that I have such severe problems with, precisely because I believe that God is the ground of being. Like Chris Fisher, he's also a soul sleeper, isn't he?
Oh, I don't know.
I think he's a soul
I don't
sleeper. Because he's.
I don't recall.
It's like on my list of things that are the exact opposite of everything I hold to would be someone who is an open theist, soul-sleeping Aryan. I mean, and Unitarian. I mean, those, and probably like a staunch young Earth creationist. And a demiurgist. I think those
Give us one more.
themes.
Give us one more. We need seven.
Seven. What would be the seventh one? Let's see. Open theism, Unitarianism, Arianism, soul sleeper,
Young Earth
extreme young Earth creationism. Like,
Well, if you're Armenian, you're like 3/4 of the way there.
and then there was, what was the sixth one I mentioned?
I can't remember.
Arianism. Oh, Unitarianism, Arianism, soul sleep, young Earth creationism, open theism. What was that?
Demiurges.
Demiurgists. And what would be a good seventh one? It has to be a real doozy.
You have to hit that magic number, huh? Otherwise it's the devil. Maybe you're the devil.
It'd probably be. It'd probably just follow through from that of annihilationism.
Wait, I got one.
Oh,
what's the
I think you insulted me.
What's the one that's opposite of doesn't hold to Trinitarianism? It's popular today, like as oneness Pentecostalism, but it's an old heresy.
That's Unitarianism.
Oh.
Of course, annihilation just follows through from soul sleep, which all of that, it's. I just can't put my mind around accepting any of those very united premises.
Yeah.
Because it's like, this is just not the way I am. With annihilationism, I could see a very qualified version of it possibly being true, but some versions of it where God completely erases the very existence of a being has a lot of philosophical problems. At least as far as it's like, you can't just delete, like more than delete. You can't ontologically delete.
We're like in the Neoplatonic computer simulation, man. All we gotta do is hit the delete key.
Even still, the information would be possible.
What was your answer to the question I posed a while back with annihilationism? Whereas, so if we view that the evil is a privation, right? And so right now, theosis is sanctification.
So,
is that growing into being? And hell, is it shrinking away from being? Wouldn't it then be possible that hell, being that shrinking away from true being, you get to the point that being ceases? Yeah, being ceases, right? Like, if to be completely in God is to actually be alive, completely away would to be no life, right? To be the complete and utter privation of being, which is to say non-being, which would be annihilationism, right?
That would be, and my answer to that was that you cannot have, thorough privation, wholesale, total, privation, such that one ceases entirely to exist, because the ground existence, the brute existence of the creature, from which everything about the creature follows, which even allows privation to occur. You can't take something away that isn't a something.
Mm-hmm.
You can't make a whole in nothing. But that basic something is given by God. The existence is given by God, and that's the creative act that is the creature itself. And because it is a creative act sustained by God into being, and is the being of the creature itself, the being in itself of the creature, it's good. It can't cease to be good.
Did God Did God create from nothing?
Not from nothing as a material. Creatio ex nihilo, at least as far as I understand it, doesn't mean that God creates from a material nothing. It means that God, from nothing external to himself, or independent of his being, creates. And that's that's something that's very different. It's not like God gets a whole bucket full of nothing and makes animals out of it. It's that there is no.
He thinks and it becomes.
It's like there is no material beyond himself from which he makes, like
Well,
creating
you're
out
not
of
you.
atoms.
What about thought? I mean, does he think us into existence?
In a way, yes. At least as far as the Genesis poem expresses it, the word speaks, and by divine fiat the thing is. And what that kind of boils down to is that God gives of himself to be, and a thing is. Huh?
Can he take it away? I mean, we might not be able to unthink something. Like there's some things on the internet I wish I could unsee, but
This is where you get into. This is where my answer is still relevant. When God gives to be, like gives into being a creature, he's giving to be of himself, and that to be is good. God creates, and it is good. God isn't going to kill the good. God doesn't erase the good. Even the brute existence of a creature is good, and God doesn't take away that. God does not revoke of his gifts, including the gift of existence. There's privation that occurs, but that is something that God doesn't instantiate sin in a creature. God doesn't make a creature sinful. Like, God doesn't say, and you're going to be a rapist. Like, I created you as a rapist, and you'll be nothing but. I mean, that's just idiotic. God doesn't take
Romans
away.
9, Matthew. Romans 9.
What?
Romans 9.
What is that? Go on with it. I'm not good with just, like, memorizing verses. I look them up.
I'm sorry. I'm tired.
That's okay.
I was like, you said God did not physically create them to be rapists. Romans 9 is the idea that, like, he created some to be vessels of wrath and some vessels of mercy. I was just like, yes, he did. Romans 9. They were predestined. I was just being facetious. I'm sorry. I'm tired.
That's all right. God doesn't. That would be a whole lot of problems with the problem of evil argument right there. Like just saying. But God doesn't kill the baby in the bathwater. The existence is still there, and it's still good, and God still sustains it. And if God didn't sustain it, the creature wouldn't have even been born. So it's like, because the entire linear timeline of the creature would have ceased to exist. From eternity. I mean, you have a lot of problems with it. I mean, it's kind of like.
It's assuming.
It's like if your kid stole, like, went shoplifting one day and he came home, you got so mad that you decided to cut off his head. That's a bit like what the annihilation is at that point. The existence of the creature doesn't cease because it's good. God doesn't kill the good.
I wouldn't say that was a good analogy for annihilationism, right?
What's that?
I said I wouldn't say it was a good analogy for annihilationism. At least the way I was describing it, because I'm not saying I'm an annihilationist. I'm not. But when I was kind of going through that thought experiment, it kind of led me. I was like, And I would say that's not a good analogy for it, because you said it's like you were so mad you cut off his head. But what I was saying is, if privation can exist in the first place, right? If the lack of goodness can exist, what goodness should be.
Does evil have agency?
Then wouldn't it naturally follow then that that could go all the way?
If it did go all the way, it would go all the way such that evil conquered God.
Does evil have agency?
It would be evil conquering the sustaining power of God to sustain the creature entirely. It would breach and invade into the eternal power of God and overcome God himself.
I want to ask you guys a question.
It would be the very privation of God is acting. and that would be basically for God to cease to exist.
What's up, Daniel?
Does evil have agency? I mean, when you guys talk about privation, does that actually downplay the role of Satan and actual evil having agency at all in actual spiritual warfare? I mean,
Evil has
that
agency in the same way that somebody who suffers from insanity has agency, but they're insane. They're acting as from a nature which has become diseased by insanity. So it's a bit like
sounds very Gnostic.
it's somebody who it's not. It's some if you're psychotic, it's the psychosis that acts by as like with you as a parasite. You're cooperating with your disease. I mean, it can't be anything else. I mean,
So there's no moral responsibility for committing evil acts. I mean, that's the logical conclusion of that is there is no moral responsibility for committing evil acts.
Of course, there's moral responsibility because
if you have a disease and you can't help yourself, I mean,
if you have a cold, you can decide not to sneeze on somebody. I mean, you do have moral responsibility for what agency you have and how you use it. I mean, and somebody who is completely bonkers, yeah, there's a moment in which, okay, they can't help themselves. But then that's one of the big things about grace. I mean, is that God knows that we can't thoroughly help ourselves. So he has to come along and make us whole so that we can be good. So that we can choose the good. I mean, that's something that's important. It's that I know of nothing else except for two other options that would allow for evil that isn't privatio boni, and that is either that evil is some kind of substance, but then you're immediately into dualism, like Manichaeanism or something like that, or Zoroastrian. It's hard to pronounce that word, or something like that, where you have a good God and a bad God, or ultimately. Or you have some kind of legal version of sin, like some theories hold, that sin is going against the laws of God, and the laws of God exist only on the whim of God, and not even the whim of God. But it's a very relativistic kind of way of going about it, which is that it's demiurgic in that way. And that doesn't work. Because it still doesn't give an explicit thing of why an evil is evil. Like, why is rape bad under the legal theory? And it's because the big man in the sky decided it was so. Why? And by the way, he also decided that eating shrimp is wrong, and you can't have red meat on Friday. And if you do, you're a naughty boy. I mean, that kind of thing doesn't work. So you're left with either dualism, or you're left with privatio boni, ultimately, or some cognate idea. And with privatio boni, you can't have the erasure of the good existence that is sustained by God without evil overcoming God itself. And that is impossible, ontologically. Otherwise, you might as well abandon the faith. So the closest thing that you can get to annihilation is where the creature is reduced down to the brute existence and becomes a shade.
Yeah, in which my pastor actually preached a sermon. I think that's his view. I think he was saying that the fires of hell was just a metaphor and this and that, and you become subhuman and sit in hell. Or
that would be that would be the only form of annihilation. But then even that, I say, leaves room for universal reconciliation, because as long as you have the brute existence of the creature, God will desire the fullness of that existence, because the brute existence of the creature contains within it all the potency of goodness and all the teleological nature of that creature. It is the seed that God will want to flower, even if that seed has been reduced to the bare essence. Because God is good and God creates. God will desire the flower of what He
Yeah, but
has
I think
made.
What about the view that he actually gives us enough agency to choose where we're going to end up, whether we want to be with him or not? I mean, part of me recoils against universal reconciliation just because it does. I don't see a synthesis there at all. You're just forcing
I
me to see
see a
God's way
synthesis
instead. But
perfectly. Because it's kind of like, I don't see agency. Agency is will ultimately always desire after after the good of its own nature, after its own best excellence, even if it is misinformed in what that best essence is. I mean, even somebody who is so thoroughly depressed and suicidal and kills themselves, they're doing so because they think that that they're better off, that everyone's better off. Everything, all agency is teleologically, like it has teleology implicit to it, because every act that we do is towards an end informed by something in our nature, some desire, some want. Even the desire for freedom as a good is teleologically ingrained. So everything is towards some end. And God, as the ground of being, is the first and final cause. Everything that we do is an act ultimately towards God, for God. So the idea that we can choose implicitly or explicitly to divorce ourselves out of the ground of being, when the ground of being is what we're actually trying to get
But
to
if the
anyway.
ground of being is giving part of us his agency, I don't see why we can't make that choice.
I would say it's because it's an impossible choice. It's a bit like trying to choose to. It's a bit like trying to choose to smell 4. I mean, that's the way I see it. Is that if we exist,
It's
the
like
first
God can
cause of
never
our
take
being.
back his creation. He's not powerful enough to undo what he did from the beginning.
He won't undo what is good.
I don't think
he goes into the he
people aren't
fulfills the good. He doesn't kill the good, because that would be satanic.
if this life isn't a trial, if we're not here to try to learn something, then what's the point? I mean, why exist? Why did Jesus have to die? I mean,
Because life is to be beautiful and experience. It's like that's a very
just
utilitarian
100%
view.
aesthetic. That's a 100% aesthetic view.
It's not 100% aesthetic view. You can't just put utility. You just can't put utility against aesthetic. Life is not a great big test and trial where you have to pass or fail, because that's very utilitarian and it's very nihilistic and meaningless. Life is there to be taken for its goodness, which includes the learning. It is good to learn. It is good to gain knowledge. It is good to experience understanding. It's good to experience beauty. It's good to look in the eyes of a child and fall in love and want to be a good parent. It's good to get married. It's good to love your neighbor. It's good to behold the numinous wonder of what it is that there is something rather than nothing. It's good to contemplate. It's good to redeem tragedy by making
Is it
it
good
beautiful.
to defy your parents? Is it good to sell drugs? Is it good to...
Those are privations of good ends.
So if it's something perceived as being evil or against the good, then it's privation. So you're like divorcing that from existence itself.
Privation is what happens when you cause some kind of absence of actualizing a good. When you impair it in a way that causes a deprivation.
Yeah, I understand the concept.
So it's instantiating disorder. It's instancing disorder in something that needs to be orderly. It's causing errors in the program. But the run of the program is good.
We're human beings. We're not programs.
I'm using it as a metaphor. But
Yeah,
the point of the matter is
I
that
think it's
you
a horrible
if
metaphor because I've written a lot of horrible programs.
it still works. The
In
point
my way.
is that you can't just take human existence as as utilitarian for a test, because that's idiotic in a lot of ways. And
No, but
I
I
mean that in the
think
best
there
sense.
is some weight to that. There is some merit to
There
that. It's not like
is some weight to things being a test, but
it
it's
does
only
talk. The Bible
insofar
does
as
talk
the
about God being a judge as well. We can't just ignore that part completely.
God is a judge, but the judgment is not on whether or not we have passed or failed some massive standardized test called life. It's a judgment in a very oriental, ancient sense of the word, is that God is mediating over our choices, but our choices is how have we dealt with existence? How have we loved? How have we grown to
Right.
know? How
Still,
have we
there's still
engaged with
utility even in
numinous
that.
beauty?
How
What?
you dealt with the beauty of life is still utilitarian in a sense.
Beauty is beyond usefulness, because what's the point of decoration? Utility happens just because form has logical conclusions with itself. A triangle, by its nature, is going to be a very strong structure, so it's useful in that way. But it's also beautiful for what it is. The message of the flower is the flower, and it's beholding the flower that is good in its own right. And that's what a lot of life is about, is to behold life. It's to be. And to be for being's sake. Because that's what you get when you get being is the first and final cause of our existence. You get, we are given to be for being. And being and experiencing the fullness of what it is to exist. That is the teleological end of existing. I can't think of anything that would be beyond.
Do you think that we shape our essence at all whatsoever through existence in any form whatsoever? I mean, do you agree with that statement at all? Do you think that we influence our essence through existence? Do we shape who we are through our choices at all whatsoever?
We actualize potencies that are implicit to our essence.
So that would be no.
I mean, I can't think of anything about you, like, or me, like everything that is ontologically possible about who I am, I can actualize. Anything that is not ontologically possible about who I am, I can't actualize, just by virtue of it being impossible. So I shape my essence insofar as I actualize what is there to be shaped. It's like I can't, like if I have a canvas, or or clay or something like that, I can't make it become something that it cannot become. Like I can't make.
All right, well, I'm not sure that's a fair criticism because I'm not saying I can become, I don't know, a cloud or something, a tree, or defy gravity, or any of these other types of things.
Insofar as your
We're still
essence
human
goes,
beings. There's always limits to what we can do. We're not God. I'm not saying that either. So.
Well, what then do you mean by shaping our essence? Like other than that, like other than actualizing what's ontologically possible about ourselves.
Hey, do one of you guys want to become the Wonder and Pilgrim account? I really do have to get going. It was about an hour
We
ago.
should wrap it up.
Yeah. But I mean, I guess that would be my take.
Past each other. It doesn't really.
Well, I don't know what you mean by can we shape our essence other than that. Because if you are saying, you know, do we actualize ontological possibilities about ourselves, then yeah, I mean, go for it. But if you're saying, like, can we choose to be impossible to our being, which I don't think you are,
That's not what I'm saying.
which obviously you're not, then I guess I'm not sure why the question is relevant.
Never mind.
I'm sorry. It just
I don't
strikes
have.
me as a strange question.
Oh, life is absurd. That's another topic for another time. Yeah, I don't know.
But that's my general answer as to what the meaning of life is. So,
To actualize as much.
well, the meaning of life is to be most excellent toward and for and in being. Basically, it's that in everything good about it. And towards that end, I don't think God cuts the cord. Because God wants that. And God isn't God won't contradict his desire for all creatures. And all creatures implicitly desire that, even if they are misinformed in how to get there. Because I don't think that there's anything possible otherwise. I mean, if there is something possible otherwise, I will have to think through it. But I don't see anything there. But that's about my end of the matter, as far as I can speak of it.
Yeah, well, I don't have anything to add right now. In too late.
Yeah. I'm tired.
Everyone's tired, and this has gone on a bit.
Yeah. It's okay. It was good though. I really enjoyed this last little section here. Actually, I've been like resisting for the last 10, 15 minutes of saying, guys, I'm really tired. I'm ready to go. Just because I was getting so much, just even out of your guys' just what Matthew was just talking about there, and then Daniel's questions, because I thought Daniel asked some really good questions. And I really enjoyed just listening to the dialogue. I got a lot out of that alone. And
And I think I came across harsher than I meant. Like, it's just, I have just woken up and I've only had one cup of coffee. So, I mean, it's, I do apologize for that.
Tea, Earl Grey, hot. Anyway. Alright, well, this is like the awkward ending, so
yeah.
let's do something
Well,
goofy.
I guess that does it for the Wondering Pilgrims. It's good seeing you guys.
See ya.
Alright, see you. See you, Matt. I hope you have a good night, man.
Good night.
And yeah, see you guys next week.
Alright, see ya. Bye.
Bye.